that no one can easily disturb. A version of you that doesn't react every time someone throws passive aggression your way. A version of you that doesn't lie awake replaying comments from coworkers, strangers online, or people who once called themselves your friends. A version of you that walks through the world with a quiet kind of certainty, so grounded that people can feel it before you even speak. And that version of you is not imaginary. It is not reserved for famous people, powerful people, or those who grew up with perfect lives and endless confidence. It exists as a possibility within you right now. But reaching that version of yourself requires something difficult. You have to unlearn much of what the world taught you about strength. Because most people were raised to believe that strength means reacting, speaking louder, defending yourself constantly, fighting every insult, proving your point, making sure nobody thinks they can disrespect you. But real strength often moves differently. Sometimes it is found not in constant reaction, but in the ability to remain centered while the world tries to pull you out of yourself. And because of that, you've spent years, maybe decades, wasting your most valuable resources on people and situations that were never worth it. Every time you fired back at someone who wasn't worth your time, you gave them something they didn't deserve, your energy. Every time you stayed up at night mentally rehearsing arguments, you handed your peace of mind over to someone who probably forgot what they said to you the very next morning. Every time you bent over backwards, explaining yourself to people who never planned on understanding you anyway, you surrendered a piece of your power. That ends today. What I'm going to walk you through are 7 psychological laws, principles that Machiavelli studied, refined, and applied over 500 years ago, and that the most strategically powerful minds throughout history have understood ever since, that will completely change how you operate. Not by turning you into a cold, emotionless robot. Not by making you distant or difficult, but by making you genuinely untouchable. By putting you in the driver's seat of every interaction, every relationship, and every situation in your life. Let's get into it. Law 1. Your attention is the most valuable thing you own. Most people think their most valuable asset is their time. But time without attention is worthless. You can have all the hours in the world, but if your focus is scattered across drama, distractions, you'll end up broke in the ways that matter most. Here's what nobody ever tells you about attention. Wherever it goes, power follows. Think about that for a second. Every single moment you give someone your attention, your focus, your mental energy, your emotional bandwidth, you're making an investment. And like any investment, the only question that matters is this: what's the return? When you respond to someone who disrespected you, what's the return? When you engage with someone who's been stirring up drama, what's the return? When you spend 3 hours of your evening emotionally chewing on something someone coworker said at lunch, what's the return? The answer is nothing, less than nothing actually, because you've paid a cost with zero gain. Psychologically powerful people understand this at a cellular level. They treat their attention the way a serious investor treats capital. They don't throw it at every opportunity that comes knocking. They don't spread it thin across things that will never produce results. They are ruthlessly selective, and because of that selectivity, their attention actually means something. When they focus on you, you feel it. When they give you their time, it carries weight. And that weight, that's influence. That's magnetism. Here's the practical shift you need to make starting today. Before you give anything, your response, your time, your emotional energy, ask one question. Does this deserve it? Not, should I be polite? Not, will they think I'm rude if I don't respond? Just, does this deserve my attention? If the answer is no, you move on. No guilt. No endless second-guessing. No need to explain yourself to everyone. The people who build real power in their lives are rarely the ones reacting to everything around them. They are the ones who choose carefully what deserves their attention. They develop an invisible filter, and only the things that pass through that filter are allowed access to their energy. You need that filter. Build it, protect it, respect it. And you notice how quickly your focus, your emotional stability, and even your results begin to change. The second principle is this: silence is not surrender. Most people have a deeply distorted understanding of silence because modern culture rewards noise. The loudest person in the room often receives the most attention. The one with the sharpest comeback is praised as intelligent. The person who refuses to step away from confrontation is labeled strong. And because of that, many people unconsciously associate silence with weakness, with losing, backing down, or having nothing to say. But true silence is often something very different. Sometimes silence is restraint, sometimes it is control, and sometimes it is the clearest sign that someone no longer feels the need to prove themselves to anyone. But I need you to flip that script, because psychologically, nothing could be further from the truth. When someone attacks you and you fire back, what have you actually accomplished? You've validated them. You've confirmed that their words carried enough weight to pull you into the fight. You've entered their arena, played by their rules, and spent your energy on their terms. Even if you win the argument, you've lost something. You've shown them exactly how to get to you. But when someone attacks you and you say nothing, everything shifts. Silence in the right moment is the most destabilizing response you can give, because the human brain is wired to expect reactions. When someone throws a verbal punch and hits air, it creates a kind of psychological vertigo. They don't know what to do with it. They expected resistance and they got nothing. And that nothing starts to work on them in ways that words never could. They start questioning themselves. Did you see what they said? Did it even bother you? Do you think so little of them that they're not even worth a response? The uncertainty eats at them. The not knowing is genuinely torturous for people who are trying to provoke a reaction. Meanwhile, you've moved on with your life. This is what real psychological strength looks like. Not the loudest comeback, not the most devastating insult, just the calm, quiet signal that says, you don't register. You are not a threat worth acknowledging. You're not even an inconvenience. Machiavelli saw this play out in the courts and councils of Renaissance Italy. The leaders who survived the longest weren't the ones who argued the loudest. They were the ones who knew when saying nothing was the most powerful statement they could make. There's another dimension to this. Every word you speak is information. Every time you explain yourself, you reveal what you care about. Every time you defend yourself, you show people where your soft spots are. And anyone who wants to manipulate you will file that information away and use it against you the next chance they get. Silence gives them nothing. No data, no emotional tells, no map of your vulnerabilities. You become, in a very real sense, unreadable. And unreadable people are impossible to control. Now, this doesn't mean you never speak. There are absolutely moments that call for your voice, your passion, your presence. But those moments should be chosen, not reactive, strategic, not impulsive. When you do speak, it carries weight precisely because you don't speak carelessly. The goal isn't to be permanently closed off. The goal is to make sure that every time you open your mouth, it means something. Choose your silence, choose your words, and understand that, in many situations, the most powerful thing you'll ever say is nothing at all. Law 3. Scarcity is the engine of value. There's a reason the things we want most in life are things we can't always have. It's not a coincidence, it's psychology. Human beings are hardwired to value what's rare and discount what's abundant. It's baked into our biology. Scarcity signals value. Abundance signals disposability. Most people apply this principle when they think about products, money, or status. But they completely miss the fact that it applies to them personally, to their time, to their presence, to their availability. Think about someone in your life, maybe from a previous relationship, maybe a friendship, who was always there, always available, always dropped everything when you called, always responsive, always accommodating, always present. How did you feel about them after a while? If you're being honest, probably something between comfort and boredom, maybe even a little suffocated. And here's the uncomfortable truth. You probably didn't value their presence the way you should have, precisely because it was always there. There was no cost to accessing it. And we don't value what costs us nothing. Now flip it. Think about someone who was selective, who you weren't quite sure you'd hear from, whose attention felt like it had to be earned, who showed up fully when they showed up, but wasn't just perpetually available. Think about how you felt around that kind of person. You noticed them. You thought about them, even when they weren't around. The moments you shared felt meaningful because they didn't feel automatic or endlessly available. That isn't manipulation, it's simply human psychology. And people who understand social dynamics tend to apply this principle consciously in every area of life: work, relationships, friendships, even leadership. The idea itself is simple. Be present, but selective. When you show up fully. But stop trying to be constantly available to everyone all the time. Stop becoming the person who replies instantly to every message. Stop rearranging your entire day every time someone else needs something. Stop making your presence so permanent and predictable that people begin assuming unlimited access to you. Because eventually, many of them will. Human beings often take for granted what feels endless and guaranteed. That's why your availability should reflect your priorities. Be deeply engaged when something truly matters, but learn to pull your energy back when a person or situation no longer deserves your full attention. And this is important. It is not about becoming unreliable or distant. It is about becoming intentional with where your time, focus, and emotional energy are allowed to go. It's about being intentional. And when people start to feel that intentionality, when they realize that your presence is given, not guaranteed, your value in their lives goes up. They start working to keep you in the picture instead of assuming you'll always be there. You don't have to disappear to be valued. You just have to make sure that being with you feels like something worth showing up for. Law 4. The mind-bending power of the non-reaction. Here's something that the most strategically minded people figured out a long time ago. and it's something that the rest of the word still doesn't fully grasp. Your non-reaction is more powerful than any reaction you could ever have. When someone tries to provoke you, whether it's a direct insult, a passive-aggressive comment, a social media jab, a backhanded compliment, they are executing a strategy. Whether they know it or not, what they're really doing is trying to take the wheel from you. They want to steer your emotional state. They want to make you angry, defensive, embarrassed, or flustered. And the moment you react the way they intended, they've succeeded. You've handed them control. But when you don't react, when you look right through them, when you continue your day completely undisturbed, when you give them absolutely zero acknowledgement that their attempt even landed, something fascinating happens in their mind. The human brain is built around feedback loops. We act and we expect a result. When someone provokes you and you react, the loop closes. They know their action had impact. They learn what works. They file it away. But when you don't react, the loop stays open. There's no closure. Their brain keeps running the same sequence over and over, searching for a resolution that never comes. That unfinished reaction creates a psychological loop, and unresolved loops tend to consume attention. People replay the interaction in their minds. They wonder why their comment didn't get the reaction they expected. They begin questioning themselves, and why they are spending mental energy analyzing the situation. You are spending none on them. Think about what that really means. They are emotionally engaged in a conflict that you never entered. And without realizing it, they begin losing energy to a battle you refused to fight. This happens everywhere. The coworker who makes a passive-aggressive remark and watches you smile and continue unaffected. The stranger online who posts something hostile and receives absolutely nothing back. Not an argument, not even acknowledgement, just silence. The ex who tries to provoke you indirectly through other people and slowly realizes the attempts no longer reach you. Non-reaction is not weakness. It communicates something powerful without saying a word. You no longer control my emotional state. It signals that someone does not occupy the psychological space they hope to claim in your mind. And often, that silence lands harder than any clever response ever could. Practice this intentionally. The next time you feel pulled toward reacting to something beneath your peace, pause for a moment. Breathe. Let the impulse pass. Then notice what it feels like to watch an attempt to disturb you dissolve without ever truly touching you. That feeling, that's power. Real, quiet, sustainable power. Law 5. Know who to cut and do it cleanly. Not everyone in your life deserves to be there. That might sound harsh, but it's one of the most compassionate things you can accept. Because when you allow the wrong people to occupy space in your life, you don't just drain your own resources, you also deprive the right people of your best self. There are 3 categories of people that you need to examine honestly and cut cleanly if necessary. The first category is your adversaries, not people who disagree with you. Healthy disagreement is valuable. I mean the people who are actively working against you. The ones who smile to your face and undermine you behind your back. The ones who celebrate your stumbles and minimize your wins. The ones who would genuinely prefer to see you fail. The temptation when you identify these people is to expose them, confront them, or publicly call them out. You want justice. You want people to know the truth. But here's the strategic reality. Engaging with them gives them a platform. It makes them relevant. It pulls you down to a level where fighting the battle takes all your energy, leaving nothing for actually winning. The move is to erase them. Not dramatically, not publicly, just quietly and completely. Stop giving them your attention. Stop referencing them. Stop letting their existence shape your decisions. And then keep building, keep winning, keep rising. Because your success is a far more devastating response than anything you could say to them directly. The second category is the chronic critics. These are people who never create anything, never build anything, never put their own work on the line. They just sit on the sidelines and tear down everyone who does. These people are not your problem. They are not your responsibility. You owe them nothing. Not a response, not a defense, not even a moment of consideration. The only thing critics need is an audience. The moment you stop providing one, they become irrelevant. And here's the beautiful irony. The more you build, the more they'll criticize. And the more that criticism will reveal how threatened they are by your progress. Your success doesn't argue with criticism. Your success makes criticism irrelevant. The third category is the most insidious, the energy drains. These are the people who look like friends, act like allies, but slowly hollow you out from the inside. They always have a crisis. There's always some emergency that requires your emotional labor. Every conversation leaves you feeling exhausted. And whenever you try to establish a boundary, somehow you end up feeling guilty about it. Here's the thing about energy drains. They don't improve. The crises don't end. The problems don't get resolved. Because what they're actually addicted to isn't solutions. It's attention. Your attention. And you've been providing it because you're a good person, because you care, because you don't want to abandon someone who's struggling. But pouring your energy into a bottomless pit doesn't help them, and it absolutely destroys you. Protecting your energy is not selfish. It is survival. You cannot show up fully for the people who actually deserve you if you've been drained dry by the ones who don't. Cut cleanly, not with cruelty, not with a big dramatic announcement. Just quietly, consistently, permanently. Redirect your energy toward people who add to your life rather than subtract from it. Law 6. Build a mind that nothing can penetrate. The reason people can get under your skin, control your emotions, and pull you off your game isn't because they're powerful. It's because you haven't built the internal architecture that makes you genuinely untouchable. That architecture has a name. It's emotional sovereignty. Emotional sovereignty doesn't mean you stop feeling things. It doesn't mean you become cold or detached from life. What it means is that you are the one who decides what affects you, when, and how much. External events happen, but they don't automatically run your internal world. You are the governor of your own emotional state. Not the people around you, not the news cycle, not your critics, and not your circumstances. Most people are the opposite of this. They are what psychologists sometimes call emotionally reactive. Someone says something mildly critical and their whole mood collapses. Someone ignores them and they spiral into insecurity. Someone challenges their decision and they either explode or shut down. Their internal state is almost entirely determined by external inputs, which means anyone who knows how to manipulate those inputs has full control over them. The first step toward emotional sovereignty is radical self-awareness. You need to identify your specific emotional triggers. the precise situations, words, or behaviors that reliably knock you off balance. What makes you defensive? What makes you need to explain yourself? What makes you angry enough to do something you'll regret? What makes you seek approval from people who don't deserve to give it? Those triggers are the cracks in your armor. And whether people are doing it consciously or not, they will find those cracks and press on them. The angry person is predictable. The insecure person is manipulable. The person who needs to be right is controllable. Know your cracks. The second step is deliberate desensitization. This means repeatedly exposing yourself mentally, emotionally, experientially to the things that used to trigger you until they stop triggering you. Not by running away from difficult situations, but by learning to face them with greater calm each time. Someone questions your ability, and instead of reacting defensively, you become curious. Someone attempts to embarrass you, and instead of collapsing inward, you remain steady. Someone tries to diminish you, and instead of absorbing their energy, you allow it to pass without attaching itself to you. This does not happen overnight. It takes repetition, awareness, practice. But eventually, something changes on the other side of that process. You become far more difficult to manipulate. People may continue using the same tactics they once used on you, but they begin noticing that nothing hooks into you anymore. The emotional reaction they expected never arrives. And when someone realizes their usual methods no longer work, one of two things tends to happen. They either develop genuine respect for your boundaries, or they quietly leave you alone. Both outcomes are valuable, because emotional sovereignty is the foundation beneath everything else. You can study every strategy, every communication technique, every psychological principle. But if your emotional state is still controlled by external reactions, none of it will remain stable. Build the foundation first, and build it strong. And watch how different the world looks when you're no longer a passenger in your own life. Law 7. The art of winning without moving. Here's the most sophisticated principle of all, and in some ways the hardest to internalize, because it runs completely counter to everything our hustle-obsessed culture teaches us. Sometimes the most powerful move is no move at all. We've been conditioned to believe that power is action, that winning means fighting, that if you're not constantly producing, performing, defending, and proving, you're falling behind. And so we exhaust ourselves. We fight every battle. We respond to every provocation. We engage every critic. We treat every challenge as an emergency requiring an immediate response. And all of that frantic activity, most of it is wasted energy. Most of those battles weren't worth fighting. Most of those responses weren't necessary. And the cost of all that reactive effort is the depletion of the energy you actually need for the things that matter. Strategic inaction is the discipline of recognizing which situations will resolve themselves if you simply stay out of the way, and which ones actually require your intervention. Machiavelli called this one of the highest forms of intelligence in a leader. Knowing when not to act. And developing that discernment is one of the most valuable skills you can build. Let me give you a concrete example. Someone is spreading rumors about you. The reactive move is to go into damage control. Reach out to everyone who might have heard. Explain yourself. Defend your reputation. Try to get out ahead of the story. And in doing all of that, you accomplish several things. You confirm that the rumors are getting to you. You spend enormous energy on a narrative you don't actually control. And you make the situation into a bigger deal than it probably needs to be. The strategic move? Do nothing. Keep showing up with integrity. Keep producing results. Keep being exactly who you actually are. And trust that in time, what's real will speak louder than what's fabricated. The people who know you will know. And the people who believe rumors over evidence weren't in your corner to begin with. Here's another scenario. Someone is clearly trying to compete with you. They're watching your moves, mimicking your approach, positioning themselves as your rival. The reactive move is to engage the competition, to change your strategy to stay ahead of them, to acknowledge the rivalry, to make it a race. The strategic move, ignore them completely. Not with hostility, just with total indifference. Stay focused on your own path, your own vision, your own standard of excellence. Because the moment you start racing someone, you've handed them the power to dictate your pace and direction. And if you're not racing anyone, there's no race to lose. Strategic inaction isn't laziness. It's not avoidance. It's the discipline of refusing to burn your resources on battles that don't serve you. So that when you do move, you move with everything you have toward something that genuinely matters. The people who master this principle develop a kind of gravitational pull that's difficult to explain, but impossible to ignore. Because they're not burning energy trying to convince you of their value, they're just living it. They're not chasing anyone, so people chase them. They're not proving anything to anyone, so their presence feels genuinely powerful rather than performative. Your peace becomes powerful. Your stillness becomes magnetic. Your absence from petty battles becomes a signal that you're playing a different game entirely. One that most people haven't even found the entrance to. That's where you're headed. 7 laws, all of them interconnected. All of them pointing toward the same destination. Guard your attention like it's the most precious resource you own, because it is. Learn to use silence, not as avoidance, but as a deliberate form of strength, something that often communicates more than words ever could. Let your presence become valuable, not endlessly available. Allow your calm, non-reactions to speak for you in the moments designed to pull you out of balance. Be selective about who receives access to your time, your energy, and your inner world. Not cruel, not bitter, but clear. Build your emotional foundation so steadily that outside chaos struggles to find a place inside you. And understand that sometimes the strongest move is not action at all, but the conscious decision not to engage. None of this transforms overnight. Real change never works that way. What matters is consistency, one interaction at a time, one decision at a time, one moment where you choose self-control over impulse. So the next time someone tries to provoke a reaction from you, pause instead. The next time someone demands an explanation you do not truly owe, allow the silence to remain where it is, and keep walking forward. The next time you feel the pull to prove yourself to someone who never believed in you anyway, redirect that energy towards someone or something that deserves it. The version of you that's genuinely untouchable isn't somewhere out there in the future. It's being built right now in every choice you make about where your energy goes and who gets access to you. Start protecting it like it matters, because it does. You're building something. Don't let people who aren't building anything talk you off your path. Now go be untouchable. There are 7 things you should always keep to yourself. Never reveal them to anyone. Not to your closest friend, not to your partner, not even to your own family. Stoicism teaches that silence is protection, because the more people know about you, the easier it becomes to control or destroy you. Niccolò Machiavelli once warned, "Everyone sees what you appear to be. Few truly know what you are." That wasn't merely a quote, it was a warning. Machiavelli may not have spoken those exact words in conversation, but he lived by that principle. And in The Prince, he made one thing absolutely clear. If you want to remain in control, reveal as little as possible. Because the more you expose, the easier you are to weaken. People may smile while talking to you, but behind those smiles, they are gathering information. And if you hand them the wrong detail, especially the final one, they may eventually use it against you. So today, I'm going to show you 7 things you should never tell anyone. They may sound harmless, but they expose your weaknesses. They make you easier to manipulate. So pay close attention. This could save your reputation and maybe even your life. 1. Your next move. You tell people your goals, your strategies, your vision, thinking they'll support you. But in silence, they begin to chip away at it. They pretend they care, but what they're really doing is undermining your momentum. They question it. They doubt it, not because they care, but because they fear what you'll become. Your plan isn't safe in other people's heads. It's safe when it's done. Here's the truth. People secretly don't want you to rise above them. Friends become critics when your ambition grows louder than theirs. And if your next move threatens their comfort, they'll sabotage you with a smile. They act supportive, but they are waiting. Let them wait forever. Power moves in silence. You don't need validation. You need results. If they see the move before it's made, they'll block it. If they see it after it's made, they'll fear it. And when you fail after hyping yourself up, now you've given them something even more powerful. Evidence to laugh at you. Don't give them that. Move in silence. Let results do the talking. The second you reveal your next move, you expose your ambition. And ambition triggers one of 2 reactions. Insecure people will try to lower it. Competing people will try to sabotage it. This is why smart men move in silence. They speak with actions. They don't explain their dreams. They deliver them. Let me give you a real-world example. You tell a friend you're launching a business. They hit you with, "Are you sure that's smart right now? Isn't that risky? You're going to leave your stable job for that?" Now stop. Were they really concerned for your well-being? Or were they afraid you might actually break free? People will throw doubt at you dressed as advice. They'll use your old self to hold back your future self. "Oh, but you're not that type of guy. You're not even good at that. You've never done something like that before." Let me be blunt here. You don't owe anyone an explanation. You don't need permission to evolve. You don't need validation to act. Machiavelli wrote, "It is double pleasure to deceive the deceiver." Don't mistake this for dishonesty. He meant play the game, but stay 2 steps ahead. Let others think they know your moves, while you execute the real ones in silence. Because the truth is, when they know your next move, they can block it, they can delay it, they can steal it, or They can plant seeds of doubt before you even start. Think of the most powerful people in history. They didn't announce their next move. They didn't broadcast their intentions. They moved, then let the world react. Julius Caesar didn't post a plan before crossing the Rubicon. Alexander didn't tweet before launching a campaign. Machiavelli didn't ask for feedback before manipulating the state. Today's world tricks you into thinking you have to share. That transparency is strength. It's not. Silence is strength. Let me give you a scenario. You tell your family you're quitting your job to build something on your own. They panic. They throw stats at you. 90% of startups fail. Don't risk stability. You have bills to pay. Suddenly, you feel small. You question yourself. You delay action. Not because your plan was wrong, but because their fear became your burden. Now reverse the script. You quit silently. Build quietly. Then, when it's done, they see the result. That's how you earn respect. You don't ask for it. You impose it by what you execute, not what you explain. People respect finished products. They don't respect unfinished ideas. Every time you share your next move, you give someone the power to kill it. Sometimes with a word, sometimes with silence. Both are lethal when you're still fragile. Ask yourself, why do I share my plans with people who've done nothing with theirs? And if this hits hard, drop this in the comments. I move in silence. 2. Your weakness. The second you tell the wrong person your weakness, you become a target. You might think you're being honest, but they're taking notes. They're storing your pain like ammo. Marcus Aurelius said, "Be tolerant with others. Be strict with yourself." That means you deal with your pain internally without broadcasting it for validation. Why? Because most people don't care, and the ones who do, they're watching to see when you bleed, so they know where to strike. What you see as a cry for help, they see as leverage. You bleed in front of them, and they pretend to stitch the wound, then cut deeper when it serves them. Your enemies are often the same people you once trusted the most. Understand that clearly. Never reveal a weakness you still haven't overcome. Your struggles are your responsibility, not something you broadcast to the world. Stop believing other people will carry your emotional burdens for you. Show your wounds to the wrong person even once, and eventually you'll pay the price for it. Don't believe it? Think about the last time someone threw your own words back at you during an argument. That friend who never forgot what you admitted during a moment of weakness. That family member who joked about your fears months later. That ex who used your deepest insecurity against you after the relationship ended. People rarely forget those things. They store them away. Never ignore this truth. Many of your enemies were once people you trusted completely. The deepest betrayals usually come from familiar faces, and the pain that cuts the hardest often comes from wounds you exposed voluntarily. So what should you do instead? Improve yourself in silence. Fight your battles behind closed doors. Become the kind of man who learns to master his scars instead of displaying them to the world. And if you're thinking, but I need support, let me tell you something. Support is earned through strength, not tears. Because in a world full of emotional exhibitionists, the man who is stoic, who is unreadable, that's the man they respect. He's unpredictable. He's powerful. He's untouchable. You don't walk around showing your cracks. You become the storm that doesn't break. Because the second you show them where to hit, they will. Your pain is sacred, protected. Now let's go even deeper. Your enemies, they often used to be your friends, the people you shared secrets with, the ones who knew your fears, the ones who said, "I got you." One day they'll turn, and when they do, they'll weaponize everything you ever told them. Stop expecting loyalty from people who benefit from your weakness. You don't owe the world your truth. You owe yourself your dignity. And here's something Machiavelli would whisper if he sat across from you right now. If you want control, never expose the variables people can use to control you. Be cold, be quiet, be unreadable. Let people guess what hurts you. Let them try to figure it out. Let them fail, because the moment they know you, they own you. If you're still here, you're not like most. Most people quit, they scroll. But you're still watching. And that says something. You're hungry. You want power over your life. So, congratulations. Because the next one is where most people destroy themselves without even realizing it. This is the one that ruins reputations, sparks jealousy, and paints a target on your back. 3. Your income. The richer you get, the quieter you need to be. There's a reason old money is quiet and new money is loud. Because real power doesn't shout, it watches. Start talking about how much you earn and watch how fast people start playing games. Suddenly, you're the target of comparison, jealousy, judgment. People stop seeing you for who you are. They start seeing your money instead. Wealth doesn't only change your lifestyle, it changes the way people respond to you. The moment you reveal your income, people begin doing calculations in their head. How to benefit from you, how to compete with you, or even how to bring you down. The more successful you become, the more silent you need to be. Money doesn't purchase loyalty. It purchases attention. And most of that attention is artificial. Real power is not in displaying what you own. Real power is in making people wonder about it. Let them guess. Let them sit with the discomfort of not knowing. Never forget this. Silence is the greatest form of status. If people don't know what you possess, they can't adjust their behavior to manipulate you. Allow them to assume. Mystery creates respect, and power becomes strongest when it stays hidden. That is why the true follower of Niccolò Machiavelli never puts his wealth on display. Money is a weapon, and you never reveal your weapons before the battle begins. The moment you flaunt it, you become easy to predict. So remain quiet, remain disciplined, remain in control. Now think carefully about the people around you. You tell them how much you make. Suddenly, they think you owe them something. They want help. They want to drag you into their drama because you can afford it. And if you say no, you're the villain. Not because you changed, but because their fantasy of using you just collapsed. Let's go deeper. Silence isn't about secrecy. It's about self-preservation. If they don't know what you have, they don't know how to manipulate you. You can walk into a room and be underestimated. And that's your edge. They won't see you coming. They won't plan for you. They won't prepare defenses because you never gave them a reason to. But the moment you speak on it, the moment you start flexing your income, you paint a target on your back, and the world starts aiming. The ones who really have power, they let others guess. Let them wonder how much you make. Let them assume because mystery is more powerful than wealth. People respect what they can't figure out. They fear what they can't label. They watch what they can't access. If you want to own the room, don't show up screaming about your bank account. Own your silence. You don't need to explain your lifestyle. You don't need to justify your success. You don't need to defend what you earn. Now, pause. Ask yourself, how many people in your life know what you make? And what did it really bring you? Did it bring peace or pressure, support or suspicion? If you're honest, you already know the answer. Let me paint you a scene. You tell your friend you made 6 figures this year. At first, they smile, they clap. They say, "That's amazing." But then the questions begin. "You must be rich now, right? Hey, I've got this business idea. Can you help me with rent?" Suddenly, your income has created expectation. And when you don't meet it, respect turns to resentment. And if you think this only happens with friends, think again. In relationships, money becomes control. If they think you earn more, they'll either rely on you too much or compete with you silently. In family, you're now the one who made it, which means you're expected to carry their weight, solve their problems, and never say no. Say no once, and you're the arrogant one, the selfish one, the one who forgot where you came from. I never said you shouldn't help others, but during your building stage, you need to stay ruthless. Do not sacrifice your future to carry someone else's weight. Once you start making progress, they will see you as the person who made it. While you are still building, you must stay focused and protect your progress. 4. Never expose your relationship conflicts. You ever see someone post this? "Can't believe what she did to me again. She's acting cold and distant. Relationships are hard." Yeah, that's weakness broadcasted. Let me paint you a scene. You fight with your partner. You feel hurt, betrayed, confused. So you go and tell your friend, your group chat. You share every detail, the arguments, the words exchanged, the insults, the emotional chaos. You think you're searching for support, but in reality, you're announcing your instability to everyone around you. Now people know your relationship is unstable. Now they can see your control slipping away. And when people notice cracks, they rarely try to repair them. Most simply wait for everything to fall apart. Here's the rule. Never expose the conflicts inside your relationship. The moment you do, you surrender your power. You turn your private life into entertainment for other people. And the worst part is that most of the people listening do not genuinely care about you. The world is filled with individuals who smile at you while quietly preparing the knife behind your back. Your relationship is your own battlefield, and nobody outside that battlefield deserves access to the map of your emotional weaknesses. Once your relationship problems become public, people stop respecting you the same way. You become a story for someone else's conversation, a joke, a piece of drama in another group chat. They begin to see the emotional chain controlling you. They see you ruled by love, conflict, and emotional chaos. And the moment that happens, respect starts to disappear. Because when you share your conflicts, you reveal your emotional dependence. That's not power, that's weakness in HD. What you say in pain becomes their entertainment, their leverage, their ammo. You tell them your girlfriend disrespected you. They laugh about it later. You say your girlfriend cheats and you stayed. They never look at you the same again. You're no longer the mysterious man in control. You're the soap opera, the fragile one, the one they expect to break again. Never let people turn your heartbreak into their small talk. And this isn't just about friends. In a professional setting, when coworkers or clients hear about your relationship issues, they start to question your discipline. Is he distracted? And here's the deeper truth. People only respect what you protect. If your relationship is sacred, keep it sacred. If it's hell, fix it or leave it. But don't parade the fire like a badge. Because once you start explaining it to outsiders, you give them control over how it defines you. Now, this doesn't mean suffer in silence. This doesn't mean isolate. If you need help, get it from someone who's above your level, a therapist, a mentor, not your emotionally reactive friend who can't even manage their own love life. Let me give you a Machiavellian scenario. You're in a political court. Your rival wants to know where to strike. You casually mention that your queen betrayed your trust. Boom. Now they have their angle. They use it to break your focus. Push that crack until your whole kingdom collapses. Sound dramatic? It's not. It happens every day in companies, in friend groups, on social media. Your emotional chaos becomes the thing people use to define your strength. Not your wins, not your vision, your drama. You become the broken lover, the betrayed partner, the one who's going through something. They won't say it to your face, but they'll think it, and they'll treat you accordingly. Here's the rule. If it bleeds, don't post it. If it hurts, don't parade it. If it's sacred, protect it. Because what you expose emotionally will be used strategically. Let me say that again. What you expose emotionally will be used strategically. And most of the time, not by your enemies, but by your spectators. People love watching you break, not because they hate you, but because it makes them feel better about themselves. Now flip the script. You keep your chaos private. You never talk about your conflicts. You show up stable, clear, controlled. What happens? People assume strength. They assume control. They see no cracks, so they respect you more. Even if your relationship is held behind the scenes, your silence becomes your power. Control the narrative, or the narrative will eventually control you. Number 5. Never share your family problems. You think talking openly about your family struggles makes you honest. You believe revealing your childhood trauma, your father's absence, or the pain inside your home will make people understand you better. It won't. Most people are not listening with compassion. They are listening with judgment. People don't truly care the way you think they do. They gossip. Say it again to yourself. People don't care. They consume your pain like entertainment. When you expose your family problems, you think you are receiving support, but what you are really giving people is a story. And people love stories, especially the kind that make you appear weak. Here's the law. Never reveal your family problems to anyone. Not your coworkers, not your followers online, not even those so-called friends who pretend to understand you. Keep it private. Keep it locked away. Because most people are not trying to help you, and the ones pretending to care are often the same ones repeating your business somewhere else. Here's the brutal truth. The moment you expose the chaos inside your home, you begin losing dignity outside of it. People don't separate you from your family. They project the dysfunction onto you. They'll say things like, "No wonder he's like that." They'll act sympathetic, then screenshot your breakdown, then serve it as a joke at the next dinner party. Why? Because your pain feeds their ego. It gives them someone to feel superior to, someone to talk about when their lives are boring, someone to dissect when they need a distraction from their own mess. Machiavelli wrote, It is better to be feared than loved if you cannot be both. When you overshare family drama, you lose both. You're not feared, you're not loved, you're pied. And pity kills respect. When they pity you, they don't follow you. They don't admire you. They don't listen when you speak. Because they've already placed you beneath them. Your trauma becomes your label, not your strength, not your growth, just your label. Let me paint a real-life scenario. You're at work. A colleague asks about your weekend. You let your guard down. My dad left again. It's always been like that. My mom cried all day. I'm exhausted. You think you're opening up, but all they hear is unstable, distracted, weak. They'll never say it to your face, but the next time there's a promotion, a high-stakes assignment, a leadership role, they'll pass, because subconsciously they don't trust your foundation. Your emotional scars are sacred. Not everyone deserves to see them. Stoics like Marcus Aurelius understood this. He wrote, "The things you think about determine the quality of your mind. Your soul takes on the color of your thoughts. If your mind is focused on reliving dysfunction, your energy carries dysfunction and people feel it. So what should you do? Heal in silence. Build in silence. And when you finally rise in life, let people see your strength, not the darkness you came from. Your story belongs to you. It is not public property, and it is not meant to become entertainment for other people. Think about the lowest moments inside your family. Maybe your parents betrayed each other. Maybe you grew up surrounded by chaos. Maybe there was trauma, abuse, violence, or addiction in your home. Now imagine telling those things to someone who never truly earned your trust. What do they actually do with that information? They do not heal you. They do not protect you. They give your pain a voice and send it further. They repeat it to others. They disguise judgment as sympathy and gossip as concern. And when you eventually become successful, they will drag your family wounds back into the conversation. They will say your success was luck. They will claim you're still unstable underneath it all. And if you fail, they will say they expected it from the beginning. Either way, you lose. So protect your peace. Because the moment you place your family problems on display, you lose control of the narrative. And in this world, controlling the narrative is power. The next time your name is mentioned, it will no longer be your achievements people remember first. It's your dysfunction. Yeah, he's doing well, but you know his dad's a drunk, right? She's smart, but her family's a mess. They come from chaos. Don't trust it. Respect gone. If this hits hard, drop this in the comments. My silence protects my story. Because from today, you don't bleed where vultures fly. You speak with results, and you never hand your scars to strangers. 6. Never share your long-term goals. I'm not talking about your next vacation. I'm talking about that empire you're trying to build. The business, the version of you no one's seen yet. That vision. Keep it sacred. Keep it private. You ever wonder why some people never get anywhere, even when they have big dreams? Because they talked too much. You have a vision. Then you told someone, they clapped. You felt good, and that was the beginning of the end. Most people mistake talking about success for actually building it. If they don't know what you're building, they can't block it. If they don't know how far you want to go, they can't trap you in place. If they don't know who you're becoming, they can't stop it. Keep them in the dark while you become the storm. Let me hit you with a brutal truth. Most people don't want you to win long term. They want you to improve a little, but not too much. They want you to do well, but not better than them. They'll support you until your growth threatens their self-worth. You ever noticed that? You start a side hustle and people say, "Why don't you focus on your job instead?" You start investing in yourself and they ask, "Who do you think you are?" You set a 5-year plan and they laugh. "Bro, that's unrealistic." These are the same people who scroll all day. The same ones who gave up on their dreams years ago. Now they hate that you still believe in yours. So you have 2 options. Option 1, feed them your plan. Let them chew it up, spit it out, and laugh. Option 2, starve their doubts. Move in silence. Deliver results so loud, no one dares question you again. Here's a mindset to tattoo on your brain. Let them see nothing. Let them expect nothing. Let them prepare for nothing. Because the man who says little moves freely. The man who talks big becomes a target. And here's the darker psychology behind it all. The moment you keep your long-term goals private, you create mystery around yourself. Mystery creates tension. Tension attracts attention, and attention eventually becomes power. You say you want to build a business, so you tell your friends about it. They react with excitement. They praise you. And suddenly, you feel as if you have already accomplished something, even though you have not taken a single real step forward. You only satisfied your ego, not your purpose. That is the danger of revealing long-term goals too early. It creates false dopamine. Your brain struggles to separate real achievement from social approval. You speak about your plans, people applaud you, and your mind begins to believe the mission is already complete. But in reality, nothing exists yet. No product has been built. No system has been created. No struggle has been endured. No sacrifice has been made. All you have done is destroy your own vision by talking about it before it was ready. Niccolò Machiavelli once wrote in The Prince, "It is much safer to be feared than loved, when one of the two must be lacking." The moment you share your goals, you begin seeking love. You want encouragement. You want validation. You want people to admire your future before you have earned it. But the moment you begin chasing approval, you start losing power. Your long-term vision should be treated as something sacred, protected like a blueprint hidden inside a locked vault. Only a fool leaves it lying around for anyone to see. Let's break this down. Why do people feel the need to share their big goals? Validation. They want others to believe in it, so they don't have to fully carry it alone. But the moment you make your vision public, you give people permission to critique it. Now they're in your head. It's too ambitious. Is that realistic? Why don't you try something smaller first? Even if they don't mean harm, they've planted doubt. Now you start adjusting your vision, not for truth, but for approval. You lose your edge. You water down your dream. You shape it to be digestible, not disruptive. Here's the rule. Never give people a target they don't deserve. Now, let's talk about execution. People who share their long-term goals too early procrastinate more. Why? Because they already felt the reward in being seen as ambitious. They told the world they lose weight, start a company, make 7 figures, move countries. But now the pressure is off. Everyone already knows. There's no mystery, no internal fire. They already cashed in the validation. Don't let that be you. You say nothing. You work in silence. You train in the shadows. And when it's done, you speak with your results. You speak through your power. You don't announce victories. You force people to notice them. Let them ask, wait, when did this happen? How did you do that? Let your silence become their obsession. Never share your long-term goals, not because they're bad, but because they're vulnerable. Protect the mission. Move in silence. Arrive like a king. 7. Never reveal your biggest regrets. They'll act like they care. They'll nod while you speak. They might even share a story of their own. But the moment you reveal your deepest regret, your biggest failure, your most painful past, they'll never see you the same again. The truth. Most people aren't equipped to carry your past. They weaponize it. They store it. They wait. And the second you pose a threat, succeed more than they expected, or dare to set boundaries, they'll throw it back at you. Your regret becomes their leverage. They'll say things like, "You think you've changed? Weren't you the same guy who, funny how you act like you're better now?" It doesn't matter if it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or last week. Your vulnerability becomes their opportunity. This is the cost of confession in a ruthless world. You think you're being real. They think they found your leash. That's why Machiavelli warned, it is much safer to be feared than loved if you cannot be both. Regret invites sympathy, and sympathy lowers your position. People don't respect who you were. They respect who you pretend not to be anymore. You want to confess? Do it to God. Do it to your journal. Not to the friend who gossips. Not to the partner who one day might leave. Not to the coworker who smiles too much. Because here's what no one wants to admit. Your past will always be more interesting to others than your future. People don't ask because they care. They ask because they want a weakness they can remember. They want a reason to keep you below them. They want a story to tell that starts with, "You wouldn't believe what he used to do." Even if you've grown, even if you've changed, your regret stays frozen in their mind. Not as a phase, as proof. Proof that you can be broken. Proof that you were once small. Proof that under the surface, you're still that person. So what do? You lock it, bury it, use it as fuel, not as a story. Turn your biggest regret into silent discipline. Let it shape how you move, not how you explain yourself. Let me give you a real-world example. You used to chase the wrong women. You got manipulated, played, lied to. Now you've leveled up. You hold frame. You command respect. But you meet someone new and you tell her everything about your past. At first, she sympathizes, but weeks later, in the middle of an argument, she brings it up. "You were so weak back then. You'll always be insecure. I could ruin you too if I wanted." It stings, not because it's still true, but because you gave her the ammo. Machiavellian lesson. Do not arm others with your own failures. It's a test most fail. The need to confess pain to people who haven't earned your trust. Why do you really share your regrets? Let's be honest. You want to feel lighter. You want to feel understood. You want someone to say, "I've been there too." But that craving, that hunger to unburden yourself, it makes you weak. Not because the regret is shameful, but because you needed someone to carry it with you. Strong men carry their past in silence. Seneca once said, "He who is brave is free." Freedom doesn't mean saying everything. It means you've mastered it so deeply, you don't need to explain it to anyone. Let your future be so dominant, it makes your past irrelevant. Don't deny your past. Just never share it where it can be stored, repeated, or judged. Because people never forget what you regret. And in the right moment, they will use it to shatter your progress. So from this day forward, repeat this to yourself. My regret is my discipline, not a confession, not a sob story, not a talking point. If this hit hard, type it in the comments. I bury my regrets in silence. Let them wonder. Let them guess. Let them talk. But never again will you give them the weapon to use against you. Most people never become dangerous, not because they lack power, but because they overshare. They overrust. They move loud and early. They leak their goals, their fears, their fire, until nothing is left but noise. Now think about it. How many opportunities have you ruined simply because you talked too much? How many times did you slow your own progress by explaining yourself to people who are still lost in their own lives? Now reverse the situation. What happens when you stop announcing everything? You build quietly. You recover quietly. And when the moment comes, you move without warning. Because the world does not respect warnings. It respects surprise. It respects precision. And it fears what it never hears approaching. If that is the mindset you are stepping into, then protect your silence as if your life depends on it. Because in many ways, it does. And if these words hit you deeply, don't keep them to yourself. Send this to a friend, a brother, someone who needs to stop talking and start evolving. You may end up changing the direction of their future. Like the video and subscribe to the channel. This place was never created to comfort you. It was created to give you clarity. And I'll see you in the next video. There are 7 things you should always keep private. Never reveal them to anyone. Not to your closest friend, not to your girlfriend, not even to your own family. Stoicism teaches that the less you expose about yourself, the harder you become to destroy. The more you reveal, the easier it becomes for people to manipulate you. Niccolò Machiavelli warned about this when he said, "Everyone sees what you appear to be, but few truly know what you are." That is not just a quote, it is a warning. Machiavelli may not have spoken those exact words directly, but he lived by that principle. And in The Prince, he made one thing very clear. If you want to remain in control, reveal as little as possible. Because the more you expose yourself, the easier you become to break. People smile in front of you, but behind those smiles, they are collecting information. And if you hand them the wrong detail, especially the final one, they may eventually use it against you. So today, I'm going to show you 7 things you should never tell anyone. They may seem harmless, but they expose your weaknesses. They make you easier to control, easier to manipulate. So listen carefully. This could save your reputation, and maybe even your life. 1. Your next move. You tell people your goals, your strategies, your vision, thinking they'll support you. but in silence, they begin to chip away at it. They pretend they care, but what they're really doing is undermining your momentum. They question it. They doubt it. Not because they care, but because they fear what you'll become. Your plan isn't safe in other people's heads. It's safe when it's done. Here's the truth. People secretly don't want you to rise above them. Friends become critics when your ambition grows louder than theirs. And if your next move threatens their comfort, they'll sabotage you with a smile. They act supportive, but they're waiting. Let them wait forever. Power moves in silence. You don't need validation. You need results. If they see the move before it's made, they'll block it. If they see it after it's made, they'll fear it. And when you fail after hyping yourself up, now you've given them something even more powerful. Evidence to laugh at you. Don't give them that. Move in silence. Let results do the talking. The second you reveal your next move, you expose your ambition. And ambition triggers one of two reactions. Insecure people will try to lower it. Competing people will try to sabotage it. This is why smart men move in silence. They speak with actions. They don't explain their dreams. They deliver them. Let me give you a real-world example. You tell a friend you're launching a business. They hit you with, "Are you sure that's smart right now? Isn't that risky? You're going to leave your stable job for that?" Now stop. Were they really concerned for your well-being, or were they afraid you might actually break free? People will throw doubt at you dressed as advice. They'll use your old self to hold back your future self. "Oh, but you're not that type of guy. You're not even good at that. You've never done something like that before." Let me be blunt here. You don't owe anyone an explanation. You don't need permission to evolve. You don't need validation to act. Machiavelli wrote, "It is double pleasure to deceive the deceiver." Don't mistake this for dishonesty. He meant, play the game, but stay 2 steps ahead. Let others think they know your moves, while you execute the real ones in silence. Because the truth is, when they know your next move, they can block it, they can delay it, they can steal it, or they can plant seeds of doubt before you even start. Think of the most powerful people in history. They didn't announce their next move. They didn't broadcast their intentions. They moved, then let the world react. Julius Caesar didn't post a plan before crossing the Rubicon. Alexander didn't tweet before launching a campaign. Machiavelli didn't ask for feedback before manipulating the state. Today's world tricks you into thinking you have to share. That transparency is strength. It's not. Silence is strength. Let me give you a scenario. You tell your family you're quitting your job to build something on your own. They panic. They throw stats at you. 90% of startups fail. Don't risk stability. You have bills to pay. Suddenly, you feel small. You question yourself. You delay action. Not because your plan was wrong, but because their fear became your burden. Now reverse the script. You quit silently, build quietly. Then when it's done, they see the result. That's how you earn respect. You don't ask for it. You impose it by what you execute, not what you explain. People respect finished products. People do not respect unfinished ideas. Every time you reveal your next move too early, you hand someone the ability to destroy it. Sometimes they do it with a single sentence. Sometimes they do it with silence. Both can be deadly when your vision is still fragile. Ask yourself this: Why do you keep sharing your plans with people who have never built anything with their own lives? And if this truth hits you hard, write it in the comments. I move in silence. 2. Your weakness. The moment you reveal your weakness to the wrong person, you become a target. You may believe you are simply being honest, but they are quietly studying you. They are storing your pain like ammunition for the future. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." That means handling your suffering internally instead of broadcasting it for validation from the outside world. Why? Because most people do not genuinely care. And the ones who seem to care are often watching closely to see where you bleed, so they know exactly where to strike later. What you see as a cry for help, they see as leverage. You bleed in front of them, and they pretend to bandage the wound, only to cut even deeper the moment it becomes useful to them. Your enemies are often people you once called friends. You need to understand this. You never expose what you haven't mastered. Your weakness is your responsibility, not your announcement. Stop expecting others to carry your emotional weight. You bleed in front of the wrong person once, and you'll pay for it forever. Don't believe me? Look at the last time someone used your own words against you in an argument. That friend who remembered what you said in weakness. That relative who laughed about your fear months later. That ex who exposed your deepest insecurity after the breakup. They don't forget, they collect. Never forget this. Your enemies were once your confidants. Your biggest betrayals will come from familiar faces. And the wounds that hurt the most will be the ones you volunteered. So what do? You build yourself up in private. You conquer your demons behind closed doors. You become the kind of man who masters his wounds, not markets them. And if you're thinking, but I need support, let me tell you something. Support is earned through strength, not tears. Because in a world full of emotional exhibitionists, the man who is stoic, who is unreadable, that's the man they respect. He's unpredictable. He's powerful. He's untouchable. You don't walk around showing your cracks. You become the storm that doesn't break. Because the second you show them where to hit, they will. Your pain is sacred. Protect it. Now let's go even deeper. Your enemies, they often used to be your friends. The people you shared secrets with. The ones who knew your fears. The ones who said, I got you. One day, they'll turn. And when they do, they'll weaponize everything you ever told them. Stop expecting loyalty from people who benefit from your weakness. You don't owe the world your truth. You owe yourself your dignity. And here's something Machiavelli would whisper if he sat across from you right now. If you want control, never expose the variables people can use to control you. Be cold. Be quiet. Be unreadable. Let people guess what hurts you. Let them try to figure it out. Let them fail. Because the moment they know you, they own you. If you're still here, you're not like most. Most people quit. They scroll. But you're still watching. And that says something. You're hungry. You want power over your life. So, congratulations, because the next one is where most people destroy themselves without even realizing it. This is the one that ruins reputations, sparks jealousy, and paints a target on your back. 3. Your income. The richer you get, the quieter you need to be. There's a reason old money is quiet and new money is loud. Because real power doesn't shout, it watches. Start talking about how much you earn and watch how fast people start playing games. Suddenly, you're the target of comparison, jealousy, judgment. People stop seeing you. They see your wallet. Money doesn't just change your lifestyle. It changes how people treat you. You tell someone your income and they begin calculating how to use you, how to beat you, or how to destroy you. The richer you get, the quieter you must become. Money doesn't buy loyalty. It buys attention, and most of it's fake. Power isn't in showing what you have. It's in making them wonder, make them guess, make them uncomfortable not knowing. Remember this. Silence is the ultimate flex. If they don't know what you have, they can't control how they treat you. Let them assume, because mystery invites respect, and power grows best when it's hidden. That's why the true Machiavellian doesn't show his wealth. Money is a weapon, and you never show your weapons before the war starts. You flex it. You become predictable. You stay silent. You stay in control. Think about the people around you. You tell people how much money you make, and suddenly they begin acting like you owe them something. They expect favors. They expect financial help. They try to pull you into their problems simply because they believe you can afford to carry them. And the moment you refuse, you become the villain in their story. Not because you changed, but because their fantasy of benefiting from you just fell apart. Now let's go deeper. Silence is not about hiding. It is about protecting yourself. If people do not know what you have, they cannot figure out how to manipulate you. You can walk into a room underestimated, and that becomes your advantage. They will not see you as a threat. They will not prepare for you. They will not build defenses against you, because you never gave them a reason to. But the moment you start talking about your income, the moment you begin showing off what you earn, you place a target on your own back, and the world immediately starts aiming at it. The people who truly hold power never feel the need to explain their wealth. They let others wonder. Let people guess how much you make. Let them assume whatever they want, because mystery holds more power than money ever will. People respect what they can't figure out. They fear what they can't label. They watch what they can't access. If you want to own the room, don't show up screaming about your bank account. Own your silence. You don't need to explain your lifestyle. You don't need to justify your success. You don't need to defend what you earn. Now, pause. Ask yourself, how many people in your life know what you make? And what did it really bring you? Did it bring peace or pressure? Support or suspicion? If you're honest, you already know the answer. Let me paint you a scene. You tell your friend you made 6 figures this year. At first they smile, they clap. They say, "That's amazing." But then the questions begin. "You must be rich now, right? Hey, I've got this business idea. Can you help me with rent?" Suddenly, your income has created expectation. And when you don't meet it, respect turns to resentment. And if you think this only happens with friends, think again. In relationships, money becomes control. If they think you earn more, they'll either rely on you too much or compete with you silently. In family, you're now the one who made it, which means you're expected to carry their weight, solve their problems, and never say no. Say no once, and you're the arrogant one, the selfish one, the one who forgot where you came from. I never said you shouldn't help others. But during your building stage, you need to stay ruthless. Do not sacrifice your future to carry someone else's weight. Once you start making progress, they will see you as the person who made it. While you are still building, you must stay focused and protect your progress. 4. Never expose your relationship conflicts. You ever see someone post this? Can't believe what she did to me again. She's acting cold and distant. Relationships are hard. Yeah, that's weakness broadcasted. Let me paint you a scene. You fight with your partner. You feel hurt, betrayed, confused. So, you go tell your friend, your group chat. You spill the details, the words, the insults, the chaos. You think you're getting support, but what you're actually doing is broadcasting your instability. Now everyone knows your connection is shaky. Now everyone sees your power slipping. And when people see cracks, they don't help fix them. They wait for collapse. Here's the law. Never expose your relationship conflicts, because once you do, you've handed over your power. You've turned your personal life into public entertainment. And the worst part, no one watching actually cares. And the world is full of people who smile while sharpening the knife. Your relationship is your personal battlefield, and nobody outside of that battlefield deserves access to a map of your emotional weaknesses. The moment your relationship problems become public, people stop respecting you the same way. You turn into a character, a joke, a tragic story being discussed in someone else's group chat. They begin to see the leash attached to your emotions. They see you controlled by love, by chaos, by constant drama. And little by little, respect disappears. Because when you expose your relationship conflicts, what you're really exposing is emotional dependence. That is not strength. That is weakness displayed in high definition. The things you say during moments of pain eventually become entertainment for other people. They become leverage. They become ammunition. You tell someone your girlfriend disrespected you, and later they laugh about it behind your back. You admit that your partner cheated on you, and you still stayed. And from that moment on, people never look at you the same again. You are no longer viewed as the calm, mysterious man in control. Now you become the emotional spectacle, the fragile one, the person everyone expects to fall apart again sooner or later. Never allow people to turn your heartbreak into casual conversation. And this does not only apply to friends. In professional environments, the moment coworkers or clients hear about problems in your relationship, they quietly begin questioning your discipline and self-control. Is he distracted? And here's the deeper truth. People only respect what you protect. If your relationship is sacred, keep it sacred. If it's hell, fix it or leave it, but don't parade the fire like a badge, because once you start explaining it to outsiders, you give them control over how it defines you. Now, this doesn't mean suffer in silence. This doesn't mean isolate. If you need help, get it from someone who's above your level, a therapist, a mentor, not your emotionally reactive friend who can't even manage their own love life. Let me give you a Machiavellian scenario. You're in a political court. Your rival wants to know where to strike. You casually mention that your queen betrayed your trust. Boom. Now they have their angle. They use it to break your focus. Push that crack until your whole kingdom collapses. Sound dramatic? It's not. It happens every day in companies, in friend groups, on social media. Your emotional chaos becomes the thing people use to define your strength. Not your wins, not your vision, your drama. You become the broken lover, the betrayed partner, the one who's going through something. They won't say it to your face, but they'll think it, and they'll treat you accordingly. Here's the rule. If it bleeds, don't post it. If it hurts, don't parade it. If it's sacred, protect it. Because what you expose emotionally will be used strategically. Let me say that again. What you expose emotionally will be used strategically. And most of the time, not by your enemies, but by your spectators. People love watching you break, not because they hate you, but because it makes them feel better about themselves. Now, flip the script. You keep your chaos private. You never talk about your conflicts. You show up stable, clear, controlled. What happens? People assume strength. They assume control. They see no cracks, so they respect you more. Even if your relationship is held behind the scenes, your silence becomes your power. Control the narrative or be owned by it. 5. Never share your family problems. You think telling people about your family problems makes you honest. You think being open about your childhood trauma, your father's absence, will make them understand you. No, it makes them judge you. People don't care. They gossip. Say it again. People don't care. They consume your pain like entertainment. Because when you share your family problems, you think you're getting support, but what you're really giving them is a story. And people love a story, especially one that makes you look weak. Here's the law. Never reveal your family problems. Ever. I don't care if it's your co-workers, your social media followers, even some so-called friends. Keep it locked because most people don't care, and the ones who pretend to, they gossip. Here's the brutal truth. When you reveal the chaos inside your home, you strip yourself of dignity outside of it. People rarely separate you from your family problems. Instead, they project that dysfunction directly onto you. They say things like, "Now I understand why he acts that way." They pretend to sympathize with you, then screenshot your emotional breakdown, then repeat it as entertainment at the next gathering or dinner party. Why? Because your pain feeds their ego. It gives them someone to feel superior to, someone to gossip about when their own lives feel empty, someone to analyze whenever they need a distraction from the chaos inside themselves. Niccolò Machiavelli wrote, "It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot be both." But the moment you overshare family drama, you lose both. People no longer fear you, and they do not truly love you either. They pity you, and pity destroys respect. Once people begin pitying you, they stop admiring you. They stop valuing your words. They stop seeing you as someone above pressure because, in their minds, they have already placed you beneath them. Your trauma becomes your identity, not your resilience, not your growth, just the label attached to your name. Imagine a real-life situation. You're at work, and a coworker casually asks how your weekend was. You let your guard down for a moment. "My father left again. It's always been this way. My mother cried the entire day. I'm exhausted." In your mind, you think you are simply opening up and being honest. But all they hear is unstable, distracted, weak. They'll never say it to your face, but the next time there's a promotion, a high-stakes assignment, a leadership role, they'll pass, because subconsciously they don't trust your foundation. Your emotional scars are sacred. Not everyone deserves to see them. Stoics like Marcus Aurelius understood this. He wrote, "The things you think about determine the quality of your mind. Your soul takes on the color of your thoughts. If your mind is focused on reliving dysfunction, your energy carries dysfunction, and people feel it. So what should you do? Heal in silence. Build in silence. And when you rise, let them see strength, not the storm you came from. Your story is yours. It's not public property. It's not their entertainment. Think about your lowest moments with your family. Maybe your parents betrayed each other. Maybe you were raised in chaos. Maybe there's trauma, abuse, violence, addiction. Now, picture telling that to someone who hasn't earned your trust. What do they really do with that info? They don't give you therapy. They give it legs. They repeat it. They share it as concern, but it's judgment wrapped in sympathy. When you succeed, they'll drag your family pain into it. They'll say you got lucky. They'll say you're unstable underneath. And when you fail, they'll say they saw it coming. You lose both ways, so protect your peace. Because once you put your family problems on display, you lose control of the narrative. And in this world, the narrative is power. The next time your name comes up, it's not your success they mention. It's your dysfunction. Yeah, he's doing well, but you know his dad's a drunk, right? She's smart, but her family's a mess. They come from chaos. Don't trust it. Respect gone. If this hits hard, drop this in the comments. My silence protects my story. Because from today, you don't bleed where vultures fly. You speak through results, and you never hand your scars over to strangers. 6. Never reveal your long-term goals. I'm not talking about small plans like your next trip or weekend idea. I'm talking about the empire you are trying to build, the business you want to create, the future version of yourself that nobody has seen yet. That vision is sacred. Protect it. Keep it private. Have you ever wondered why so many people with massive dreams never actually reach them? Because they talked about them too much. You had a vision, then you shared it with someone. They applauded you. They hyped you up. You felt good for a moment, and that was the beginning of the downfall. Most people confuse talking about success with actually creating it. If people do not know what you are building, they cannot interfere with it. If they do not know how far you plan to go, they cannot hold you in place. If they do not know who you are becoming, they cannot stop the transformation before it happens. So keep them in the dark while you quietly become the storm. And here is the brutal truth most people refuse to accept. The majority of people around you do not truly want you to win in the long run. They are comfortable watching you improve a little, but not too much. They want you to succeed just enough to stay relatable, never enough to surpass them. They'll support you until your growth threatens their self-worth. You ever notice that? You start a side hustle and people say, "Why don't you focus on your job instead?" You start investing in yourself and they ask, "Who do you think you are?" You set a 5-year plan and they laugh. Bro, that's unrealistic. These are the same people who scroll all day. The same ones who gave up on their dreams years ago. Now they hate that you still believe in yours. So you have 2 options. Option 1, feed them your plan. Let them chew it up, spit it out, and laugh. Option 2, starve their doubts. Move in silence. Deliver results so loud no one dares question you again. Here's a mindset to tattoo on your brain. Let them see nothing. Let them expect nothing. Let them prepare for nothing. Because the man who says little moves freely. The man who talks big becomes a target. And here's the dark psychology in play. When you keep your long-term goals secret, you create mystery. Mystery builds tension. Tension commands attention. Attention leads to power. You say you want to build a business. You tell your friends. They're impressed. You feel like you've already done something, but you haven't. You've only fed your ego, not your results. This is the danger of sharing long-term goals. They trigger fake dopamine. The brain can't tell the difference between accomplishment and applause. You talk, they cheer, and your brain thinks, mission complete. But nothing's been done. No product, no system, no struggle, no sacrifice. Just a fantasy you murdered with your own mouth. Machiavelli said, "It is much safer to be feared than loved, when one of the two must be lacking. You want to be loved when you share your goals. You want praise, you want support. But the moment you chase love, you lose power. Your long-term vision is sacred. Treat it like a blueprint locked in a vault. Only a fool leaves it lying around for anyone to see." Let's break this down. Why do people feel the need to share their big goals? Validation. They want others to believe in it, so they don't have to fully carry it alone. But the moment you make your vision public, you give people permission to critique it. Now, they're in your head. It's too ambitious. Is that realistic? Why don't you try something smaller first? Even if they don't mean harm, they've planted doubt. Now you start adjusting your vision, not for truth, but for approval. You lose your edge. You water down your dream. You shape it to be digestible, not disruptive. Here's the rule. Never give people a target they don't deserve. Now, let's talk about execution. People who share their long-term goals too early procrastinate more. Why? Because they already felt the reward in being seen as ambitious. They told the world they lose weight, start a company, make 7 figures, move countries. But the pressure disappears the moment everyone already knows your plans. There is no longer any mystery, no internal fire pushing you forward. People already gave you the validation, and your mind already consumed the reward before the work was ever finished. Don't let that happen to you. Stay quiet. Work in silence. Train where nobody can see you. And when the mission is complete, let your results speak for you. Let your power do the talking. You do not announce victories ahead of time. You force people to notice them after they happen. Let people ask themselves, wait, when did this happen? How did he pull that off? Let your silence turn into their obsession. Never reveal your long-term goals. Not because your dreams are weak, but because they are still vulnerable while they are growing. Protect the mission. Move quietly. Arrive like a king. 7. Never reveal your deepest regrets. People will pretend they care. They will listen carefully while you speak. Some may even share painful stories of their own just to make you feel understood. But the moment you expose your biggest regret, your worst mistake, or the most painful chapter of your past, they will never see you the same way again. Here is the truth. Most people are not emotionally capable of carrying the weight of your past without eventually judging you for it. They weaponize it. They store it. They wait. And the second you pose a threat, succeed more than they expected, or dare to set boundaries, they'll throw it back at you. Your regret becomes their leverage. They'll say things like, "You think you've changed? Weren't you the same guy who... Funny how you act like you're better now." It doesn't matter if it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or last week. Your vulnerability becomes their opportunity. This is the cost of confession in a ruthless world. You think you're being real. They think they found your leash. That's why Machiavelli warned, it is much safer to be feared than loved, if you cannot be both. Regret invites sympathy, and sympathy lowers your position. People don't respect who you were. They respect who you pretend not to be anymore. You want to confess? Do it to God. Do it to your journal, not to the friend who gossips, not to the partner who one day might leave, not to the co-worker who smiles too much. Because here's what no one wants to admit. Your past will always be more interesting to others than your future. People don't ask because they care. They ask because they want a weakness they can remember. They want a reason to keep you below them. They want a story to tell that starts with, "You wouldn't believe what he used to do." Even if you've grown, even if you've changed, your regret stays frozen in their mind, not as a phase, as proof. Proof that you can be broken. Proof that you were once small. Proof that under the surface, you're still that person. So what do? You lock it, bury it. Use it as fuel, not as a story. Turn your biggest regret into silent discipline. Let it shape how you move, not how you explain yourself. Let me give you a real-world example. You used to chase the wrong women. You got manipulated, played, lied to. Now you've leveled up. You hold frame. You command respect. But you meet someone new and you tell her everything about your past. At first, she sympathizes, but weeks later, in the middle of an argument, she brings it up. You were so weak back then. You'll always be insecure. I could ruin you too if I wanted. It stings, not because it's still true, but because you gave her the ammo. Machiavellian lesson. Do not arm others with your own failures. It's a test most fail. The need to confess pain to people who haven't earned your trust. Why do you really share your regrets? Let's be honest. You want to feel lighter. You want to feel understood. You want someone to say, "I've been there too." But that craving, that hunger to unburden yourself, it makes you weak. Not because the regret is shameful, but because you needed someone to carry it with you. Strong men carry their past in silence. Seneca once said, "He who is brave is free." Freedom doesn't mean saying everything. It means you've mastered it so deeply, you don't need to explain it to anyone. Let your future be so dominant, it makes your past irrelevant. Don't deny your past. Just never share it where it can be stored, repeated, or judged, because people never forget what you regret. And in the right moment, they will use it to shatter your progress. So from this day forward, repeat this to yourself. My regret is my discipline, not a confession, not a sob story, not a talking point. If this hit hard, type it in the comments. I bury my regrets in silence. Let them wonder. Let them guess. Let them talk. But never again will you give them the weapon to use against you. Most people never become dangerous, not because they lack power, but because they overshare. They overrust. They move loud and early. They leak their goals, their fears, their fire, until nothing is left but noise. Now stop for a second and think about it. How many victories have you destroyed simply because you talked too much? How many opportunities did you slow down by constantly explaining yourself to people who still have no idea who they are themselves. Now reverse the situation. What happens when you stop broadcasting every move? You begin building in silence. You begin healing in silence. And when the time comes, you move without warning, because the world does not respect warnings. It respects surprise. It respects precision, and it fears what it never hears approaching. If that is the energy you are stepping into, then guard your silence like your entire life depends on it. Because in many ways, it truly does. And if these words hit you deeply, don't keep them to yourself. Send this to a friend, a brother, someone who needs to stop talking and start leveling up. You might end up saving their future. Like the video and subscribe to the channel. This channel was never made to comfort you. It was made to give you clarity. And I'll see you in the next video. The world has never been fair. No matter how honest you are, eventually someone will betray you. No matter how talented or skilled you become, there will always be someone less deserving who takes the position you worked for. That is reality. But the people who truly understand that reality are the ones who survive. And the ones who survive long enough are usually the ones who end up in control. This is a kind of power you cannot physically see, but everyone can feel its presence. This is dark intelligence. Dark intelligence is created through betrayal, humiliation, and defeat. Most people are destroyed by those experiences, but some people turn that pain into strength. It is the kind of intelligence that stays silent, observes carefully, listens to everything, and waits for the perfect moment to move. While other people are busy arguing, you gather information. While they react emotionally, you calculate your next step. While they drown in feelings, you quietly prepare for the future. Most people are still playing checkers. You are about to learn how to play chess. But before we go deeper, understand this clearly. This knowledge is meant for protection, not destruction. Use it to defend yourself, not to harm innocent people. The purpose is to understand how the game works, not to become the villain inside it. Today, you'll discover the 8 psychological traits that separate survivors from victims, leaders from followers, winners from losers. Now, I want you to drop this affirmation in the comments. I choose to be strategically intelligent, not emotionally reactive. Now, let's unlock the secrets that powerful people don't want you to know. Number 1. Calculated opacity. You're never completely clear about your intentions. You show only what's necessary. When people know half the story, they fill in the blanks with their imagination. And that imagination, it controls them. Machiavelli once said, "Everyone sees what you appear to be. Few experience what you really are." Think about the most intriguing people you know. They never tell you everything. They leave gaps in their stories. They answer questions with questions. They smile when you expect them to explain. This isn't about lying. This is about strategic communication. Here's what happens in most conversations. Someone asks you a question and you feel obligated to give them a complete answer. You explain your motivations, your fears, your plans. You think you're being honest and building trust, but you're actually giving away your power. Smart people understand that mystery creates influence. When you don't reveal everything, people become curious. Curiosity leads to interest. Interest leads to respect, and respect leads to influence. Let's say someone asks about your weekend plans. Most people say, "Oh, I'm just staying home, maybe watching some movies." That's complete transparency, but it's also completely forgettable. Instead, you could say, "I have something important to take care of." Then, change the subject. Notice the difference. The first answer makes you predictable. The second answer makes you interesting. This doesn't mean being rude or secretive about everything. It means being selective about what you share and when you share it. The most successful people in any field master this principle. They reveal just enough to keep people engaged, but never enough to lose their advantage. Your information is your currency. Don't spend it all at once. When you practice calculated opacity, people start paying more attention to what you say because they know you don't say everything. Your words carry more weight because they're rare. Remember, the goal isn't to be mysterious for the sake of being mysterious. The goal is to maintain control over your narrative and your relationships. Number 2, adaptive persona. You're not the same person with everyone. You adjust your personality based on who you're talking to. People think they know you, but they only know one version of you. Machiavelli once said, "A prince ought to take care that he never lets anything slip from his lips that is not replete with the 5 qualities mentioned above, that he may appear to him who sees and hears him altogether merciful, faithful, humane, upright, and religious." This isn't about being fake. This is about being effective. You already do this naturally. You speak differently to your grandmother than you do to your friends. You act differently in a job interview than you do at a party. You present different aspects of your personality in different situations. Adaptive persona takes this natural tendency and makes it intentional. Every person you encounter operates differently. They have different values, different communication habits, and different ways of understanding the world around them. If you approach everyone in exactly the same way, you might connect with a few people, but you will completely fail to reach many others. Intelligent people pay attention to the person in front of them and adjust the way they communicate based on who they are speaking to. If someone is analytical, give them logic, facts, and clear data. If someone is emotional, connect with their feelings first. If they are practical thinkers, show them how something actually works in real life. And if they think in big picture terms, paint the larger vision for them. This is not manipulation. This is communication intelligence. Think about water for a moment. Water adapts to the shape of any container it enters. But even though its form changes, it never stops being water. Whether it sits inside a cup, a bottle, or an entire lake, its core nature remains the same. Your adaptive persona should work the exact same way. You adjust your presentation depending on the situation, but you never abandon your core values or principles. The mistake most people make is believing they must behave identically with everyone in order to be authentic. But authenticity doesn't mean being identical in every situation. It means being genuinely yourself while adapting your expression to be most effective. When you master adaptive persona, you become someone who can connect with anyone. People feel understood when they're with you because you're speaking their language. This skill becomes incredibly powerful in negotiations, leadership situations, and building relationships. You're not trying to force people to understand you. You're making it easy for them to connect with you. But here's the warning. Never adapt so much that you lose yourself. Your values, your integrity, your core principles should never change. Only your presentation should adapt. The strongest people are like diamonds. They have many facets, but they are still one solid stone. Number 3. The principle of detachment. You're not a slave to any relationship, emotion, or opinion. What you're not afraid to lose can't control you. What can't bind you can't manipulate you either.
Machiavelli once said, "Since love and fear can hardly exist together, if we must choose between them, it is far safer to be feared than loved."
Detachment is probably the most misunderstood concept in dark intelligence. People think it means being cold or uncaring. It doesn't. It means being free. Most people are controlled by their attachments. They're afraid to lose their job, so they accept bad treatment. They're afraid to lose a relationship, so they compromise their values. They're afraid to lose approval, so they say what people want to hear instead of what needs to be said. Fear of loss makes you weak. Freedom from that fear makes you powerful. This doesn't mean you shouldn't care about anything. It means you shouldn't be desperate about anything. Imagine this. Two people are negotiating a business deal. Person A really needs this deal to work out. They're counting on it. They've already made plans based on it happening. Person B would like the deal to work out, but they have other options. They're willing to walk away if the terms aren't right. Who do you think has more power in that negotiation? Person B, obviously, because they're not attached to the outcome. They can negotiate from strength. Detachment gives you clarity. When you're not emotionally invested in being right, you can see situations more clearly. When you're not desperate for approval, you can make better decisions. When you're not afraid of being alone, you can choose better relationships. The paradox is this: the less you need something, the more likely you are to get it. Think about confident people. They're not confident because everything always goes their way. They're confident because they know they'll be okay even if things don't go their way. That's the power of detachment. Now, this doesn't mean being careless or indifferent. You should still work hard for your goals and care about the people in your life, but you should never be so attached to any outcome that you lose your ability to think clearly and act strategically. Detachment also protects you from manipulation. When someone tries to threaten you with taking away something you're not afraid to lose, their threat has no power. The most dangerous person in any room is the one who has nothing to lose. But the most powerful person in any room is the one who has everything to gain and nothing to fear. Practice this gradually. Start with small things. Don't be so attached to winning every argument. Don't be so attached to being liked by everyone. Don't be so attached to your plans working out exactly as you imagined. As you develop this skill, you'll notice something interesting. People start treating you with more respect. They sense that you can't be easily controlled, and that commands respect. Remember, detachment isn't about not caring. It's about caring without being controlled by that care. Number 4. Silent leverage. You don't apply pressure directly. You wait. When people make mistakes and become vulnerable, your silent presence becomes the heaviest influence in the room. Machiavelli once said, "Never was anything great achieved without danger." Most people think power is loud. They think it's about raising your voice, making demands, and forcing your will on others. That's amateur hour. Real power whispers. Silent leverage is the art of creating influence without saying a word. It's about positioning yourself so that your mere presence changes the dynamic of any situation. Here's how it actually works.
Instead of directly telling people what to do, you create situations where they naturally choose actions that also benefit you. Instead of demanding respect from others, you position yourself as someone they cannot easily replace. Instead of chasing power, you make people hand it to you willingly. Now let's break that down with practical examples. In conversations, silent leverage comes from understanding when to pause. Most people feel uncomfortable with silence, so they rush to fill it with unnecessary words. And very often those extra words reveal far more than they originally intended to share. But when you become comfortable with silence, you begin controlling the pace and rhythm of the conversation itself. The next time someone asks you a difficult question, do not answer immediately. Pause for a moment. Look at them calmly and thoughtfully. Let the silence sit there for a few seconds before you finally respond. Then pay attention to how much more weight your answer suddenly carries. In negotiations, silent leverage means having other options available without needing to constantly announce them. The moment the other side senses that you have alternatives, they begin negotiating differently. You do not need to threaten to leave the table. The possibility alone changes the balance of power. Your willingness to walk away is enough. In relationships, silent leverage means being the person who adds value without asking for recognition. When you consistently make other people's lives better, they naturally want to keep you around. You don't have to demand loyalty. You earn it through your actions. In professional settings, silent leverage means becoming the person everyone comes to for solutions. You don't announce that you're the problem solver. You just solve problems consistently until everyone knows they can count on you. The key to silent leverage is patience. You're not looking for immediate results. You're building long-term influence. Most people want instant gratification. They want to see immediate results from their efforts. But silent leverage works differently. You plant seeds and wait for them to grow. You make investments and wait for them to pay dividends. This requires a different mindset. You have to be comfortable with delayed gratification. You have to trust that your consistent actions will eventually create the influence you're seeking. What happens when you master silent leverage? People start coming to you for advice without you offering it. They start seeking your approval without you demanding it. They start following your lead without you asking them to. You become the quiet force that shapes outcomes without anyone realizing it's happening. But there's an important ethical consideration here. Silent leverage should never be used to manipulate people into doing things that harm them. The goal is to create win-win situations where everyone benefits. The most ethical use of silent leverage is to influence people toward better decisions for themselves and others. You're not tricking them. You're guiding them toward outcomes that serve everyone's best interests. Remember, silent leverage is not passive. You're still taking action. You're still making moves. You're just doing it quietly and strategically instead of loudly and obviously. Number 5. Psychological echo. You reflect people's deepest needs and fears back to them. They think you're speaking their language, but actually you're gaining understanding and influence. Machiavelli once said, "Men judge generally more by the eye than by the hand, for everyone can see and few can feel. Everyone sees what you appear to be. Few really know what you are." Psychological echo is about becoming a mirror that reflects back what people need to see and hear. This isn't about deception. It's about deep understanding and strategic communication. People don't buy products, services, or ideas.
They buy solutions to their problems and fulfillment of their desires. When you can identify and reflect back their real needs, you become incredibly valuable to them. Most people are terrible at this because they're too focused on what they want to say instead of what the other person needs to hear. Let me explain how psychological echo works in practice. First, you have to become a student of human nature. You need to understand that everyone you meet is carrying invisible burdens, secret desires, and unspoken fears. Your job is to listen for clues about what those might be. When someone talks about their work, they're not just sharing information, they're revealing how they see themselves, what they value, and what they're worried about. When someone talks about their relationships, they're showing you their emotional patterns and their deepest needs. Most people listen to respond. You need to listen to understand. Here's a practical framework. Every person you meet is silently asking 3 questions. Do you truly see me? Do you understand me? And do you value me? When your words and actions answer yes to all 3, you create a powerful emotional connection with that person. The psychological echo technique is about reflecting back not only what people say on the surface, but what they actually mean underneath it. You listen for the emotion hidden behind the words, the unmet need behind the complaint, and the fear hiding underneath the anger. For example, someone might say, "I hate my job." Most people immediately respond by giving advice about finding a new job or changing careers. But if you listen more carefully, you may realize the deeper issue has nothing to do with the job itself. What they are really feeling could be a lack of appreciation, a lack of challenge, or fear and uncertainty about their future. A psychological echo response sounds more like this. It seems like you don't feel valued for what you contribute. Or, it sounds like you're craving something that pushes and challenges you more. Notice the difference. Instead of rushing straight toward solutions, you are reflecting back the emotional experience. That makes people feel genuinely understood. And when people feel understood, trust and influence naturally begin to grow. The key is to reflect back the positive version of what they're expressing. If someone is complaining about being overwhelmed, you might reflect back their dedication and high standards. If someone is expressing frustration about a situation, you might reflect back their desire for excellence. This technique works because people have a deep psychological need to feel understood. When you demonstrate that you truly see them, they automatically trust you more and value your opinions more highly. But here's where it gets really powerful. Once you understand someone's core needs and fears, you can position your ideas, suggestions, and requests in terms that naturally appeal to them. If someone values security, you present your ideas in terms of safety and stability. If someone values recognition, you present your ideas in terms of achievement and acknowledgement. If someone values freedom, you present your ideas in terms of independence and choice. You're not changing your message. You're changing how you present your message to match their psychological profile. This is incredibly powerful in leadership, sales, parenting, and relationships. When people feel like you understand them at a deep level, they naturally want to work with you, follow you, and support you. The ethical way to use psychological eco is to genuinely care about understanding people and helping them get what they need. When you use this technique to serve others' best interests, it becomes a tool for building stronger, more meaningful relationships. Number 6. Ambiguous morality. You're neither good nor bad. You just get things done. Real power doesn't always come in black and white. Sometimes it lives in the gray areas. Machiavelli once said, "Since it is difficult to join them together, it is safer to be feared than to be loved, when one of the two must be lacking."
This is the most controversial trait of dark intelligence, and it's the one that gets misunderstood the most. So let me be very clear about what this means and what it doesn't mean. Ambiguous morality doesn't mean having no morals. It doesn't mean doing whatever you want regardless of consequences. It doesn't mean hurting people to get ahead. What it means is understanding that the real world is complicated. Sometimes doing the right thing in the short term leads to worse outcomes in the long term. Sometimes being nice enables bad behavior. Sometimes protecting people requires making decisions that aren't pretty. Here's the reality. Pure moral clarity is a luxury that most people can't afford when they're dealing with complex situations involving real consequences. Let me give you some examples to illustrate this concept. Imagine you're in a leadership position and you discover that a team member has been consistently lying to clients and damaging relationships. The nice thing to do might be giving that person another chance, offering more training, and hoping they eventually improve. But then you have to think about everyone else involved. What about the team members who are working honestly every single day? What about the clients who are being misled or deceived? What about the long-term stability and health of the entire organization? Someone who understands ambiguous morality may decide that protecting the larger group matters more than simply being nice to one individual. So they make the difficult decision to remove that person from the team, even if the choice feels cold or harsh in the moment. That is not necessarily cruelty. Sometimes it is pragmatic ethics. Take another example. Someone comes to you asking for advice about a relationship that is clearly toxic and destructive. The polite thing to do might be staying supportive and avoiding anything that sounds negative or uncomfortable. But a person with ambiguous morality may decide that real kindness means telling the painful truth, even if it hurts that person's feelings temporarily. The core principle is this: focus on outcomes, not appearances. Sometimes the action that looks kind on the surface creates terrible long-term consequences, and sometimes the decision that appears harsh at first leads to better outcomes for everyone involved. This requires a different kind of moral thinking. Instead of asking, "What action makes me look like a good person?" you ask, "What action leads to the best outcomes for the most people?" It also requires taking responsibility for the consequences of your decisions, even when those decisions are difficult or unpopular. But here's the crucial distinction. Ambiguous morality is not the same as selfishness. You're not doing whatever benefits you at others' expense. You're making pragmatic decisions that serve the greater good, even when those decisions are personally difficult. This trait also involves understanding that different situations require different responses. The same action that's wrong in one context might be necessary in another context. For example, being completely honest might be the right approach in a close personal relationship, but it might be counterproductive in certain professional negotiations where strategic disclosure is more effective. Someone with ambiguous morality understands these nuances and adapts their approach accordingly. The danger of this trait is that it can be used to justify selfish or harmful behavior. That's why it's crucial to maintain clear ethical guidelines about what you will and won't do, even in complex situations. My recommendation is to establish clear boundaries for yourself.
What are your non-negotiable values? What lines will you never cross? What outcomes are you willing to accept responsibility for? Within those boundaries, give yourself permission to be pragmatic and strategic, even when it means making decisions that others might not understand or approve of. Remember, the goal is not to be liked by everyone. The goal is to be effective and ethical in a complex world where simple answers don't always work. Number 7. Controlled exposure. You don't reveal everything about yourself. The less people know, the more they assume, and assumptions lead to mistakes that make your strategy easier. Machiavelli once said, "Men are so simple of mind and so much dominated by their immediate needs that a deceitful person will always find plenty who are ready to be deceived." In a world where people share every detail of their lives on social media, controlled exposure might seem outdated, but it's actually more powerful than ever. When everyone is oversharing, the person who shares strategically stands out. When everyone is broadcasting their thoughts and feelings, the person who keeps some mystery becomes intriguing. Controlled exposure is about being intentional with your personal information. It's about understanding that not everyone needs to know everything about you, and that selective sharing can actually strengthen your relationships and increase your influence. Let's start with the psychology behind this. Humans are naturally curious creatures. When we encounter something incomplete or mysterious, our brains automatically try to fill in the gaps. This is called the curiosity gap, and it's one of the most powerful psychological forces in human behavior. When you practice controlled exposure, you create curiosity gaps that make people more interested in you and more attentive to what you do share. Think about the most captivating people you know. They probably don't tell you everything. They share enough to keep you engaged, but they leave you wanting to know more. This isn't accidental, it's strategic. Now, let's talk about practical applications in professional settings. Controlled exposure means being selective about which ideas you share and when you share them. It means not revealing all your capabilities at once. It means keeping some of your knowledge in reserve so you can provide value when it's most needed. For example, instead of showing all your skills in the first week of a new job, you might reveal them gradually over time. This creates the impression that you're continuously growing and improving, rather than someone who peaked early. In social situations, controlled exposure means not telling your entire life story to everyone you meet. It means sharing personal information gradually as relationships develop and trust is earned. This doesn't mean being secretive or dishonest. It means being selective and strategic about what you reveal and to whom in negotiations. Controlled exposure means not revealing all your priorities and constraints up front. It means keeping some information in reserve so you can use it strategically as the negotiation develops. The key principle is this: information revealed can never be unrevealed. Once people know something about you, they can't unknow it. So it's better to err on the side of revealing too little rather than too much. But controlled exposure goes beyond just withholding information. It's also about timing. The same piece of information can have completely different impacts depending on when it's revealed. For example, revealing a particular skill or achievement early in a relationship might seem like bragging, but revealing the same information later when it's relevant to solving a problem makes you seem humble and helpful. Controlled exposure also involves understanding your audience. Different people need to know different things about you. Your level of disclosure should match the relationship and the situation.
Your closest friends and family members should know more about you than your casual acquaintances. Your business partners should know different things about you than your competitors. Your employees should know different things about you than your peers. This isn't about being fake or manipulative. It's about being appropriate and strategic with your personal information. Here's another important aspect. Controlled exposure includes managing your digital footprint. Everything you post online, every comment you make, every photo you share, becomes part of your permanent record. People will form opinions about you based on this information, often without ever meeting you. Smart people are intentional about their online presence. They understand that their digital persona is part of their overall strategy for how they want to be perceived and remembered. The goal of controlled exposure is not to be mysterious for the sake of being mysterious. The goal is to stay in control of your narrative and the way your relationships evolve. When you reveal information strategically, you gain the ability to influence how people perceive you. You can highlight the parts of your personality and life experience that align with your current goals. And at the same time, you avoid being trapped inside labels or stereotypes created from incomplete information. But there is an important balance you must learn to maintain. You need to share enough of yourself to build real and meaningful connections, but not so much that you lose your strategic advantage. The most successful people understand this balance clearly. They are genuine and open in their relationships, yet they are also careful and intentional about how much they reveal and when they choose to reveal it. Number 8. Outcome obsession. You are not here to win arguments or endlessly prove points to people. You are here to produce results. People who are obsessed with outcomes do not waste energy playing unnecessary emotional games. Niccolò Machiavelli once said, "The promise given was a necessity of the past. The word broken is a necessity of the present." This is the trait that separates amateurs from professionals, dreamers from achievers, and talkers from doers. Most people get distracted by things that don't matter. They want to be right more than they want to be effective. They want to look good more than they want to get results. They want to feel good about their process more than they want to achieve their goals. Outcome obsession cuts through all of that noise. When you're outcome obsessed, you ask different questions. Instead of, "How can I prove I'm right?" you ask, "What result am I trying to achieve?" Instead of, "How can I look good in this situation?" you ask, "What actions will lead to the outcome I want?" This shift in thinking changes everything. Let's start with arguments and disagreements. Most people approach arguments like they're trying to win a debate. They focus on proving their point, catching the other person in contradictions, and demonstrating their superior knowledge or logic. But outcome-obsessed people approach disagreements differently. They ask, "What do I actually want to achieve from this conversation?" Maybe they want to change the other person's behavior. Maybe they want to reach a compromise. Maybe they want to gather information about the other person's perspective. Once they're clear on their desired outcome, they choose their approach accordingly. Sometimes that means winning the argument, but often it means something completely different. For example, if your goal is to change someone's behavior, proving them wrong might actually backfire. People don't like being wrong, and they often become more stubborn when they feel attacked. A better approach might be to help them reach the right conclusion on their own. If your goal is to maintain a good relationship while addressing a problem, being right might be less important than finding a solution that everyone can accept. This applies to every area of life.
In professional settings, outcome obsession means focusing on what actually moves the business forward, rather than what makes you look smart or important. It means choosing projects based on their impact rather than their visibility. It means making decisions based on data and results rather than politics and preferences. In personal relationships, outcome obsession means focusing on the health and happiness of the relationship, rather than who's right or wrong in any particular disagreement. It means choosing your battles based on what actually matters, rather than reacting to every minor irritation. In personal development, outcome obsession means measuring your progress by actual results, rather than effort or intentions. It means being honest about what's working and what isn't, even when that's uncomfortable. Here's where outcome obsession gets really powerful. It helps you avoid the trap of looking busy without being productive. Many people confuse activity with achievement. They think that working hard automatically leads to good results. But outcome-obsessed people understand that you can work very hard on the wrong things and get nowhere. They are constantly asking, is this activity actually moving me toward my goal? Or am I just staying busy to avoid the more difficult but more important work? This leads to what I call strategic laziness. Outcome-obsessed people often appear to do less than others because they are selective about where they put their energy. They focus on the 20% of activities that produce 80% of the results. They're not trying to be the hardest worker. They're trying to be the most effective worker. This also applies to learning and skill development. Instead of trying to learn everything about everything, outcome-obsessed people focus on developing the specific skills that will have the biggest impact on their goals. They ask, what's the minimum I need to learn to achieve maximum results? This isn't about being lazy or taking shortcuts. It's about being strategic and efficient. Now, here's an important warning about outcome obsession. It can become destructive if you lose sight of your values and relationships in pursuit of results. The healthiest way to approach outcome obsession is to keep it inside ethical boundaries. Your definition of success should include maintaining your integrity, treating other people with respect, and contributing something positive to the world around you. When those values become part of your desired outcome, outcome obsession turns into a powerful force for good instead of something destructive. Another important part of outcome obsession is being willing to change direction when something clearly is not working. Most people become emotionally attached to their plans and strategies, even when those plans are producing no real results. But outcome-obsessed people stay committed to the goal, not to the method itself. If one approach fails, they search for another. If one strategy proves ineffective, they create a new strategy instead. They are not stubborn about how they achieve the outcome. They are only stubborn about achieving the outcome itself. That flexibility makes them highly adaptable and resilient in changing situations. When circumstances shift, they shift their approach with it. When new information appears, they adjust and improve their strategy. The ultimate purpose of outcome obsession is to become the kind of person who consistently finishes what they start and gets meaningful results. Not someone who talks about getting things done. Not someone who looks like they're getting things done. Someone who actually produces results in the real world. This reputation becomes incredibly valuable over time. When people know you as someone who delivers on your commitments and achieves your goals, they start bringing you better opportunities, better partnerships, and better problems to solve. You've just learned the 8 traits of dark intelligence. But knowledge without application is worthless. Pick one trait that resonated with you the most.
For the next 7 days, practice that trait in your daily interactions. Don't try to master all 8 at once. Focus on one. Notice how people respond to you differently. Notice how you feel when you approach situations with strategic intelligence instead of emotional reactivity. But remember what we talked about at the beginning. This power comes with responsibility. Use these insights to protect yourself, not to harm others. Use them to create better outcomes for everyone, not just for yourself. The world needs more strategically intelligent people who use their knowledge ethically. People who can see through manipulation and protect themselves and others from it. People who can navigate complex situations and find solutions that serve the greater good. That's the true purpose of dark intelligence. Not to become a manipulator, but to become someone who can't be manipulated. Not to gain control over other people, but to gain control over yourself and the circumstances around you. The most dangerous person in any room is the person who feels they have nothing left to lose. But the most valuable person in any room is the one who understands human psychology and uses that understanding to improve the lives of everyone around them. So which type of person are you going to become? If this video changed the way you think about intelligence and power, hit the like button. And if you want more content focused on psychology, strategy, and human behavior, subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell. Leave a comment below and tell me which of these 8 traits you notice most often in successful people, and which one you plan to start practicing first. Until next time, remember this. True intelligence is not only about being smart. It is about being wise enough to use your intelligence in service of something greater than yourself. Stay strategic, stay ethical, and stay powerful. Like the video and subscribe to the channel. This channel was never made to comfort you. It was made to give you clarity. And I'll see you in the next video. Life never warns you before it decides to break you apart. It does not knock on the door first. It does not ask whether you are prepared. It simply hits without mercy. And when that moment comes, most people fall apart. They collapse under the pressure, cry for help, run from the pain, and beg for comfort. But not you. Not if you truly want to become powerful. Not if you want to rise without depending on anyone to save you. Niccolò Machiavelli never spoke to people living comfortable lives. He spoke to the broken, the betrayed, and the abandoned. Because that is where the real game actually begins. The moment life tears everything apart, it starts watching what you choose to do next. You want to discover who you really are? Then let everything collapse around you. Let the money disappear. Let people walk away from you. Let the future become uncertain and frightening. That is where you finally meet yourself. And if your mind is weak, you will drown in self-pity and bitterness. But if your mind becomes cold, disciplined, and detached from panic, you will evolve into something stronger. Pain is not your enemy. Pain is a teacher. It separates the fragile from the forged. And if you allow it to shape you instead of destroy you, pain will build a mind inside you that nothing in this world can ever bend again. This world doesn't care about how you feel. It only responds to what you become. When they leave you in the dark, don't scream. Sit in silence. Analyze. Watch your thoughts. Dissect your emotions.
Learn where your weakness lives. Then starve it. Don't reach out. Reach inward. Because once you build a mind that doesn't collapse under pressure, you'll become someone they can never control again. You are not here to be liked. You are not here to stay soft. You are here to become dangerous to anything that ever tried to break you. If you feel that shift inside you, I want you to comment this right now. Pain sharpens my power. Write it. Lock it in. This is how we start. Number 1. Weak minds seek comfort. Strong minds seek control. When most people are hurt, they look for comfort, distractions, temporary highs. They run to friends, noise, or addictions to escape what's really happening inside their mind. But here's the truth. Comfort kills growth. And that's exactly what the world wants. A mind that's too addicted to ease will never rise to power. You want to be untouchable. You must rewire how your brain responds to pain. Machiavelli would tell you, control is the highest form of power. But it doesn't begin with others. It begins with your own reactions. You've been trained to numb yourself, scrolling, eating, blaming, all so you never face the real war happening within. But the one who rules his own mind owns the world. While others chase pleasure, you train focus. While they seek reassurance, you sit with discomfort. While they panic, you plan. That's not heartlessness. That's dominance over the only thing that truly matters. Your own psychology. People will call you cold when you stop emotionally reacting. Let them. They only say that because they can no longer manipulate you. Silence will scare them. Your indifference will offend them. But you don't need their understanding. You need your mind to obey your will. You don't get there by being soft. You get there by confronting your darkest thoughts and refusing to flinch. This is where most break, but not you, not anymore. If you're ready to train your mind beyond emotion, beyond weakness, beyond the need for comfort, comment this right now. My control is my revenge. Make it known. Say less. Power more. Number 2. Break the emotion. Build the edge. You were never weak because life hurt you. You became weak because you let emotion hijack your judgment. You handed over your mental power to feeling, to chaos, and the second you did, you became prey. Understand this pain is inevitable, but the interpretation is your choice. And in power psychology, the one who controls meaning controls everything. Life will break your body, but if it breaks your mind, you were never ready to begin with. And that is the truth most people spend their entire lives avoiding. You have to unlearn the idea that reacting emotionally makes you authentic. It doesn't. It makes you predictable. The world is constantly observing you, and if your reactions are automatic, then you are already under control. People learn exactly how to hurt you. They learn which words trigger you, which situations provoke your anger, your sadness, or your desperate need for validation. And every single time you react the same way, you confirm that you are still not free. So what is the move? You become emotionally disciplined, not emotionless, disciplined. You feel the pressure and the heat, but you do not react unless the response is intentional and calculated. You cry if you need to, but only behind closed doors. You speak less, but when you do speak, your words carry weight and precision. You stop wasting energy arguing with people
who already decided they would never understand you in the first place. Why? Because your focus is sacred, and nobody deserves access to your mind unless they have earned the right to be there. Niccolò Machiavelli wrote that it is safer to be feared than loved. And in psychological warfare, love can make people weak. It attaches them to illusions and emotional dependency. But fear keeps people cautious. They'll watch what they say. They'll second-guess their moves. They'll respect you, even if they don't understand you. That's the edge you're building now. Not just strength, psychological sharpness. Control that doesn't need to yell to be felt. So the next time life throws fire at you, don't flinch, don't break, stare it down. You've been broken before. This time, you'll break through. That's the difference between who you were and who you're becoming. If you're ready to replace emotional chaos with mental dominance, I want you to comment this right now. I feel nothing. I move with precision. Burn that line into your brain. You're not here to react. You're here to rise. Number 3. Rewrite the narrative or stay broken. Most people stay broken because they accept the story life gave them. They wear their suffering like a badge, hoping someone will understand. But Machiavellian power isn't earned through pity. It's taken through mental warfare. You want to become untouchable? Then rewrite your story right now. Tear down every narrative that says you're a victim, that says you were wronged, that says life owes you something. Life owes you nothing. But it will give you power if you prove you're ruthless enough to take it. Your trauma is not your personality. Your pain is not your identity. Stop calling it your truth. It was a phase, a hit, a test. Now destroy it. You're not here to tell the world what happened to you. You're here to show the world who you became because of it. People will try to remind you of your past. Let them. Just make sure the version they're trying to talk to doesn't exist anymore. That's how you control the narrative. By killing off the version of yourself that stayed broken. Machiavelli understood that perception is more powerful than reality. So when you speak, make your words cut. When you walk, carry silence like a weapon. When they doubt you, don't explain, exceed. And when life hits again, as it will, you won't crumble. You'll calculate. You'll adapt. You'll use it. Because a man trained in pain becomes fluent in strategy. There will be nights when your mind feels like an enemy. You'll question everything. You'll want to disappear. And in that moment, you'll have one choice: collapse or construct. Collapse into weakness or construct your mental empire. You don't need more hope. You need more control. The mind doesn't respect motivation. It respects discipline. Feed it the truth and train it to obey under pressure. So here's the truth you etch in blood. You are not the damaged version of your past. You are the weapon that version created. Say it with power. I killed the old me. I walk as the weapon. Comment it now. If that switch just flipped in you, let the world scroll. You're building something they'll never be able to touch again. Number 4. Kill attachment. Build inner power. Attachment is the most silent killer of mental power. You don't see it at first. It feels warm. It feels like love. It feels like loyalty. It feels like hope. But underneath all of that, attachment slowly turns your strength into chains. You begin waiting for people, chasing after them, compromising your standards, bending yourself just to keep certain people, places, or possibilities that were never meant to stay in your life forever. And that becomes the first crack in your mental armor, caring too deeply about things that would never care about you the same way. Niccolò Machiavelli did not build power through attachment. He built it through observation, calculation, and the ability to detach the moment the time came. And if you truly want to train your mind to survive betrayal and hardship, then you must understand this principle deeply. Never attach your inner peace to anything outside yourself. Not to people, not to outcomes, not even to the version of yourself you believe you were supposed to become. Because the moment something gains control over your emotions, it gains control over you. And a man who is controlled emotionally becomes a weak man. You want to become dangerous? Then become emotionally independent. Learn the ability to remain calm while chaos surrounds you from every direction. People will begin wondering why you do not react the way they expected, why you do not beg, why you do not panic or flinch under pressure. And that is when you realize the transformation has truly begun. Your silence becomes unsettling. Your absence becomes loud. Your detachment becomes your dominance. Because while the world panics, you stay composed. Not because you don't feel, but because you no longer need. Every time you detach, you reclaim power. Every time you stop explaining, you sharpen focus. Every time you don't react, you earn respect. And every time you walk away, you remind the world you were never meant to be owned. You were meant to be observed from a distance. Understand this. Being unbothered is not coldness, it's control. And in Machiavellian warfare, control is everything. Now they'll try to guilt you. They'll say you've changed, that you don't care anymore, that you've become selfish. Let them. The truth is, you finally stopped playing the role of the emotional servant. You stopped bleeding for people who never noticed your wounds. You stopped shrinking so others could feel taller. And now that you've decided to choose power over approval, the same people who used your kindness will try to rewrite the script. But they don't get to anymore, because you see through it now. Clear, cold, focused. You've spent too long confusing attachment for loyalty. But loyalty to others means nothing if it costs you loyalty to yourself. This is the turning point. You don't need closure. You don't need applause. You need clarity and the mental distance to execute your next move in silence. This is what Machiavelli would have called the supreme discipline of rulers. To act without being seen, to feel without being enslaved, and to cut without hesitation when necessary. So train your mind to drop what weakens it, release what drains, silence what distracts. You're not in this world to please. You're here to position. And positioning begins with emotional withdrawal. You must build an internal fortress no one has the key to. And once you do, the world loses its grip on you. They can talk, leave, lie, or betray. But they will never break what they cannot access. The more you detach, the more they notice. Not because you're gone, but because you're no longer dependent on being seen. Power doesn't chase. Power disappears and lets absence do the damage. That's your new form of warfare. Subtle, cold, effective. If something inside you finally snapped, if you're ready to cut all emotional chains and walk with power alone, I want you to comment this right now. Attachment is weakness. I choose control. Say it. Lock it. Let the weak scroll past, because you're here to rule from within. Number 5. Isolation is where kings are forged. They'll tell you that being alone is dangerous, that isolation is a sign of failure, that distance means you're broken. But that's a lie told by those who can't stand silence. Weak minds need noise. Most people are terrified of being alone with themselves. They need constant noise, constant people, constant distractions and attention just to avoid confronting the battle happening inside their own minds. But you are no longer like them. You are stepping into a phase that most people could never survive. The phase of chosen isolation. Not loneliness, solitude. And inside that solitude, you are about to build something that cannot easily be broken. Your mind. This is the point where the outside world grows silent, and your inner thoughts become louder than ever before. Every fear you try to bury, every insecurity, every regret will slowly rise to the surface. But understand this clearly. This is not punishment. It is an audit of who you really are. Niccolò Machiavelli thrived in environments like this. He watched silently, calculated carefully, and sharpened his thinking in the shadows while everyone else distracted themselves in the light. Because isolation gives you something most people never experience. A space free from illusion. A place where you finally see yourself clearly. Who you are, what wounded you, and which parts of your old self need to burn away for you to rise stronger. Most people spend their entire lives running from this process. They drown the silence with music, endless scrolling, conversations, entertainment, anything to escape facing their own reflection. But you are going to do the opposite. You are going to sit inside the silence and master it. You will hear your own mind screaming at you, and you will not panic. You will hear old beliefs begging to survive, and one by one, you will eliminate them. This isn't healing. It's transformation. And transformation is never pretty. It's brutal. It's cold. But it's real. This is where you rewrite the code. You stop thinking like a servant and start thinking like a strategist. You detach from emotional noise and attach to tactical clarity. You rewire how you wake up, how you speak, how you walk into a room. You no longer chase dopamine. You chase discipline. You no longer ask why things happened. You ask how you can use them. That shift, that's your rebirth. Not soft, not spiritual, strategic. In isolation, you'll find every weakness trying to crawl back in. Old habits will whisper. Past relationships will try to resurrect. Your doubts will disguise themselves as logic. But this is where you separate yourself from the 99%. You don't answer the knock. You don't reopen what broke you. You build alone. You study alone. You evolve alone. And the next time they see you, you won't be the same. When a man returns from isolation, he is either more broken or more dangerous. There is no middle. The weak come back needing validation. The powerful come back needing nothing. That's the path you're on. You're not doing this for attention. You're doing it to reclaim your edge. The world rewards those who control themselves.
not those who broadcast their healing journey. Silence becomes your gym. Loneliness becomes your weapon.
And when life throws fire again, you won't run. You'll walk through it with a mind trained in solitude and eyes that don't blink. That's what scares them. That you no longer need anyone to feel whole. That you no longer share your plans. That you no longer beg for understanding. Because now, you've tasted what true power feels like.
Freedom from the word's approval. Machiavelli wrote his sharpest strategies alone. He understood that influence isn't built in crowds, it's built in the shadows. And so must you. Stop trying to fix your mind in public. Stop seeking answers from people who don't even know themselves. Go inward. Go dark. Let your silence cook your next move. And when you return, don't explain, don't announce, just execute. The ones who ghosted you, doubted you, played with you, they won't know how to react because you'll come back with no emotion, no need, no dependence. Just calm, brutal precision. That's what happens when you embrace isolation. You don't become a better version of your old self. You become someone they never imagined. So, I'll ask you this. Are you ready to disappear from everything that distracts and reappear as everything they fear? If the answer is yes, then comment this right now. I train in silence. I return with power. Let them keep talking. You're done explaining. You're just getting started. Number 6. Turn pain into precision. Learn to think like a tactician. Pain is the greatest intelligence test life will ever give you. Not school, not books, not degrees. Real pain. The kind that destroys your routine, crushes your ego, and tears apart the illusions you were hiding behind. And in the middle of that chaos, weak people beg for comfort and escape. But the people who eventually rise above everyone else become silent. They stop reacting emotionally and begin calculating strategically. They study pain like it carries a message, like it is a puzzle to solve, like it is a warning from life itself saying, adapt now or disappear. If you are still reacting to pain only with emotion, then you still have not understood what pain is trying to teach you. Pain is data. It reveals where you are exposed. It reveals what other people can use against you. It exposes who you became dependent on, who you trusted too much, and where your mental defenses were weakest. This is the moment where you stop treating pain like an enemy and begin using it like a scalpel. You dissect it carefully. You sit with it instead of running from it. And you ask yourself one brutal question. Why did this affect me so deeply? And eventually, the answer always leads back to the same thing. You let your mind fall asleep. Machiavelli would tell you, never let peace lull you into softness. The world is not a safe place. It's a board of moods, traps, and consequences. And when you treat life like a battlefield, you begin to act like a tactician. Pain stops being bad. It becomes feedback. Your heartbreak data, your failure, map coordinates, your betrayal, a list of vulnerabilities you need to seal shut. While others collapse under emotion, you start crafting responses, not reactions, responses. Because a response is a product of strategy. It's timed, it's chosen, it's cold. That's power. You see, most people are playing checkers with their pain, jumping too fast, too loud, too desperate. But you play chess. You stop asking, why me? And you start asking, where can this pain position me long term? That's the Machiavellian mindset. Cold, clear, focused. Every time life stabs you, don't bleed. Analyze. What did it expose? What weakness in your system made it possible? What blind spot let them get close? What habit left your energy scattered? Pain isn't just an alert. It's a blueprint. But only if you're ruthless enough to look at it without flinching. And here's where your power multiplies. When you begin to predict pain, you stop walking into the same traps. You see the pattern before it repeats. You read people before they open their mouths. That's not trauma. That's tactical memory. It's your nervous system saying, I've seen this move before. We're not falling for it again. This is the birth of intuition, sharpened by experience, filtered through logic. You no longer feel your way through life. You observe, and from observation, you calculate. That's what makes you terrifying. But strategy isn't just what you do to others. It's how you treat yourself. You wake up with a protocol. You don't let random thoughts set your mood. You don't let emotion dictate your decisions. You sit still, breathe, and decide what the day demands of you. Do you need to be calm, cold, assertive, silent, aggressive? Strategic people never walk into situations unarmed. And that weapon you carry isn't in your hand, it's in your mind. You begin to filter everything: conversations, relationships, habits. You stop talking for validation. You start speaking with intention. You stop showing up to be liked. You start entering spaces with presence. And every time someone tests you, you don't bark, you observe. You don't argue. You document. You don't react. You reposition. That's the man life fears, the one who doesn't just survive pain, but uses it to refine his sharpness. You walk different. You think ahead. You smile less. But when you do, it means something. You don't need to be loud. Your silence becomes a warning. That's the energy that changes rooms without saying a word. You've been taught to feel your feelings. No. Feel your strategy. Study your patterns. Rebuild your responses. Emotion is a signal, not a command. It's not here to rule you. It's here to guide you into deeper logic, into presence, into precision. And if you learn to stay calm under fire, they'll never see your next move coming. That's what they fear most. Not the man who explodes, but the man who calculates in silence. Machiavelli understood something the world forgot: that strategy is the only true power. Charm fades, emotions fluctuate, but strategy outlasts them all. It's how the weak flip the script. It's how the broken rewrite the outcome. And now, that's your new identity. Not stronger, sharper. Not healed, calculated. Not nice, unreadable. So from this point forward, stop praying for less pain. Train your mind to extract the value inside it. That's how you win. You don't rise by being the loudest. You rise by being the one who knows how to move without being moved. And if you're ready to turn pain into power, real, dangerous, strategic power, I want you to comment this right now.
I no longer react, I reposition. Write it, own it, move in silence. Now let the weak keep screaming. You're working on your next move. Number 7, become emotionally immune. Kill their control. Let's get one thing straight. The world doesn't destroy you with weapons. It destroys you with expectations, with pressure, with emotional bait. You're told to be nice when you should be silent, to forgive when you should walk away, to explain when you should disappear. And every time you comply, you lose a piece of yourself. That's how control works, not with force, with emotion. But you're not playing that game anymore. You're done bleeding for people who sharpen the knife. This is where you begin your emotional immunity. Not numbness, immunity. The difference. Numbness avoids, immunity absorbs and remains unaffected. That's the power you're building now. You don't let their words pierce. You don't let their absence shake you. You don't let their opinions override your standard. You hear it, you see it, but it doesn't reach your core. Why? Because you've reinforced the walls inside, and nothing that isn't truth gets through. The weak give their energy away like it's nothing. One insult and they spiral. One ghosted message and they lose all self-respect. One setback happens, and most people immediately collapse into a victim mindset. But Niccolò Machiavelli would tell you that a ruler must remain unshakable. Not because he is emotionless or cold-hearted, but because he stays focused. You cannot control your empire if you cannot control your emotions. You cannot lead other people if a few careless words are enough to destabilize your mind. And you definitely cannot protect your peace if you continue giving people unlimited access to your inner world as if it has no value. You must begin auditing everything that touches your energy. Every conversation, every environment, every person around you. Ask yourself constantly, does this strengthen me or does this scatter me? And the moment you notice yourself shrinking, doubting your worth, or hesitating because of someone's presence, you cut the attachment, emotionally, strategically, and quietly. This is not about revenge. This is about preservation. People do not need a dramatic explanation to understand you are done. They simply need to feel the emptiness where your emotional investment used to exist. You're not here to chase clarity from people who enjoy keeping you confused. And you're not here to spend your life proving your value to people who benefit from making you question it. Your self-respect is not up for negotiation anymore. You know who you are now. And that version doesn't ask twice, doesn't chase, doesn't beg. It's a version that walks away so silently, people start to wonder if they ever truly had access to you at all. This is what makes you terrifying. That you're no longer reachable by manipulation, that they can't predict your reaction, that you respond with calm, not chaos. You don't clap back, you don't rant, you don't argue. You vanish emotionally first, physically later. And when they go looking for the version of you that used to play their game, they'll find emptiness. That's power. That's your new weapon. Absence loaded with present. You must build a standard so high that anyone who brings inconsistency, disrespect, or emotional confusion self-destructs before they can reach your core. Not because you attack them, but because your emotional clarity acts like a mirror. It shows them who they are, and most people can't stand their reflection, especially when it's not being softened by your sympathy anymore. Let them call you distant.
Let them say you've changed. They're right. You have. You've evolved past the version of yourself that needed to be liked, that over-explained, that tolerated. You've become immune to anything that drains you, and now they can feel it. That coldness, it's not hate, it's peace. That silence, it's not distance, it's protection. You no longer seek to be understood. You seek to be undisturbed. Machiavelli said, "The first method for estimating the intelligence of a ruler is to look at the men he has around him."
So ask yourself, who gets access to your word? Who still has emotional power over you? Who do you let inside even after they've broken your mind a dozen times? That's your audit. That's your cleanup mission. And when it's done, you'll stand lighter, sharper, more dangerous than ever before. Because nothing is more powerful than a man who has learned to protect his inner state. Not with aggression, not with revenge, but with distance, discipline, and detachment. You don't scream for respect. You live in such a way that disrespect can't even enter your space. And when life tries to test you again, it won't find the same entry points. You've sealed the cracks. You've burned the bridges. And what stands now is a mind immune to everything that once broke it. So I'll ask you this. Are you still reacting, or are you controlling? Are you still bleeding for the same stories, or are you rewriting them? Are you still giving emotional power to the unworthy, or have you cut the cord? If you're done being emotionally available to anything that weakens you, comment this now. My peace is locked. No one gets in. Let the world keep reaching for the old you. That door is sealed shut. You've entered a state of psychological control now, and once you arrive here, you never go back. Number 8. Weaponize your presence. Command without a word. Powerful men don't speak often. They don't explain themselves. They don't argue in public. They walk in silence. But their presence speaks louder than words ever could. That's not arrogance. That's calibration. They know the battlefield they're walking on. They know eyes are watching. They know perception shapes reality. And they know this. The less you say, the more control you hold. You don't need to raise your voice to be heard. You need to carry energy that forces people to feel your presence without understanding why. That's what Machiavelli meant when he wrote that rulers must appear strong even when they are not, because perception in the game of power always outranks truth. And now you train for this to become unreadable, calm, cold, controlled. A presence so collected that others feel exposed around you. Not because you're doing anything, but because they can't decode you. Your silence becomes a mirror. People project onto you their guilt, their fear, their intentions, and you say nothing. You let them reveal themselves, while you reveal nothing. That's how you win without lifting a finger. By being the one who doesn't need to speak to shift the atmosphere. You've seen it before. A room changes when a certain person walks in. The energy tightens, the conversations shift, people adjust their posture. That's not magic. That's presence. And presence is built in solitude, in discipline, in quiet self-mastery. It's built when you no longer chase approval. When you walk with calm certainty in who you are and who you are not. This is where your true dominance begins. Not in force, but in the refusal to overexpress.
Weak men overcompensate. They talk too much, brag too loud, over-explain. That's insecurity in disguise. But you're becoming something rarer. A man who can sit still in a storm. A man who doesn't flinch under insult. A man who doesn't react because he's always already 2 steps ahead. You're not interested in being liked anymore. You're interested in being felt. That's the difference. Liked men are available, soft, flexible. Felt men are unpredictable, self-contained, and respected from a distance. You don't beg for attention, you remove it. And the second you withdraw, they panic. They feel it. Because silence from a man with power is louder than 100 empty voices. Machiavelli would tell you, the most feared men in history weren't always the loudest. They were the most deliberate. They didn't broadcast their plans, they executed them. They didn't seek revenge through noise. They let their absence rearrange the room. That's what you're learning now. To replace performance with presence. To replace explanation with observation. To walk into spaces like your energy is currency, because it is. It is. If they don't respect your presence, make them feel your absence. If they talk over you, go silent. If they challenge you, respond with action, not noise. This is the new form of war. Psychological, invisible, lethal. You don't need to dominate with aggression. You dominate by being untouchable. The one who doesn't blink. The one who walks away without needing to justify why. The one who never begs to be seen, but is always noticed. But don't get it twisted. This kind of power isn't for the weak. It requires brutal self-control. You have to kill the need to prove yourself. You have to bury the impulse to defend your name every time it's spoken. You have to train your face to remain calm when people lie to you, provoke you, or try to expose your weaknesses. That is the moment you actually win. Not when you react emotionally or try to strike back with words, but when you give them absolutely nothing. No reaction, no emotional access, no visible frustration. Just a calm, controlled expression that silently says, I noticed what you were trying to do. I calculated it, and it was not even worth my energy. You become dangerous the moment you stop reacting automatically. When your silence forces people to sit alone with their own behavior. When your presence makes them think carefully before choosing their words around you. That is how real respect is built. Not through loud demands, but through the psychological contrast between the reaction people expect from you and the response they actually receive. If they expect you to argue and you remain silent, that is power. If they expect you to chase after them and you disappear completely, that is power. If they expect you to collapse under pressure and instead you rise even stronger, that is real, calculated power. Most people will never admit it openly, but they will feel it internally, and they will adjust the way they treat you because of it. That is what being feared without becoming cruel actually looks like. It is not about hurting people. It is about carrying yourself with a level of self-control that silently communicates, I do not need your approval. I do not blindly trust you, and I do not owe you explanations. That alone terrifies people because most can't survive without attention. Most can't breathe without validation. But you're teaching yourself to thrive in silence, and that makes you a threat in every room you enter. So from this day forward, let your presence speak for you. Don't explain your value. Become so focused so emotionally disciplined, and so unreadable that they feel it before you ever speak. You don't owe the world your words. You owe yourself your power. If you're ready to become that, comment this now. My presence is my power. My silence is my strike. Number 9. The unbreakable mind. Cold, clear, untouchable. You felt the betrayal. You've endured the silence. You've sat alone in the dark with thoughts that nearly ate you alive. And yet you're still here, stronger, quieter, colder. Not because life got easier, but because you finally understood the world doesn't reward softness. It rewards the mind that refuses to die, even when everything else does. This is the moment you become something else. Not a survivor, not a victim, but a weapon, a presence, a mind that doesn't flinch when it's tested, because it has been tested 1,000 times in silence. And every time it didn't break, it recalculated. That's what Machiavelli meant when he said, "Men must either be feared or crushed." Because power doesn't exist in half measures. It doesn't belong to the emotional. It doesn't respond to the hopeful. It bows only to those who train their minds like an assassin trains his blade. Cold, sharp, and always ready. This final stage is where most people turn back. They miss the old comfort, the noise, the validation. But not you. You don't miss the past because you've burned the bridge. You've seen what being soft gets you, overlooked, used, forgotten. You've seen what over-explaining does. It makes people ignore you more. You've seen what reacting emotionally brings, weakness. You've outgrown all of it, and now you don't look back. You construct forward. The unbreakable mind isn't born through hope. It's built through design, through choice, through ritual. Every morning you choose to stay sharp. Every decision is a move. Every response is calculated. You stop chasing outcomes. You build leverage. You stop giving access. You raise the price. You stop proving worth. You live like a man who doesn't ask for value. When life hits now, you don't panic. You pause. You don't collapse. You adjust. You don't seek comfort. You seek control. That's the difference between the old you and the new version that's emerging. One needed things to go right. This one knows how to win even when everything goes wrong, because the game isn't emotional anymore. It's psychological. It's strategic. It's war. And your mind is the battlefield. So you walk different now, not with arrogance, but with power. You speak less, but when you do, people listen. You no longer try to fit into rooms. You own the space with your presence. You no longer explain your silence. You wear it like armor. That's the mark of someone who's trained in fire. Someone who stopped waiting to be understood and started becoming impossible to ignore. Machiavelli would have called this state invincibility through perception. The moment people realize they can't control your mind, they start respecting you differently. They stop testing you. They stop wasting your time, because everything about your presence communicates one thing. This man is untouchable, not because he fights, but because he no longer bleeds for the world. The mind you've trained can't be seduced by attention anymore. It can't be shaken by betrayal. It can't be lured back into old patterns with shallow promises.
It sees through manipulation. It remains calm under pressure. It thinks 5 moves ahead. It no longer trusts easily, yet it no longer fears completely either. That is a mind built for war. That is a mind that refuses to collapse under pressure. It observes quietly, waits patiently, and only strikes when the moment truly requires it. You did not become this person by accident. You became this way because life tried repeatedly to break you apart. And instead of letting those experiences destroy you, you turned every broken piece into fuel, every betrayal into a blueprint, and every disappointment into something that sharpened you. That is the kind of power nobody can take away from you, because the world never handed it to you in the first place. You built it yourself, in silence, step by step, with no audience watching. And now, you lead. Not from behind a mask, not through noise or attention, but through depth, clarity, and cold understanding. You no longer entertain things that are meaningless. You no longer emotionally invest yourself in chaos. You do not waste time giving warnings. Your absence already says enough. You do not need to show off your strength, because your energy alone makes people reconsider the way they speak before they even open their mouths. This is the final state. Not emotional detachment used only for defense, but psychological clarity that creates quiet dominance. You stopped reacting helplessly to life. You started controlling the way you move through it. You trained your mind to remain strong even when life tried to break you apart. And that, right there, is Machiavelli's coldest law. He who controls his mind controls the world. So, I'll leave you with this final truth. You are no longer rebuilding. You are reprogramming. And the man you're becoming doesn't apologize for being calculated. He doesn't explain his coldness. He doesn't shrink for anyone's comfort. He doesn't seek permission. He builds position. That's the energy that rises to the top. That's the mindset that no loss, no betrayal, no chaos can destroy. If this series carved a new reality into you, then let the world know. Drop this in the comments. I am untouchable now. I own my mind. That's the final signal that you've arrived, that you're done being broken, that you've stopped begging and started building. Now go quietly and let your next move make the world. Like the video and subscribe to the channel. This channel was never made to comfort you. It was made to give you clarity. And I'll see you in the next video. For years, empaths have carried the role of the world's emotional punching bag, absorbing everyone else's pain, staying quiet while being mistreated, enduring disrespect while constantly hearing that they are too sensitive, too emotional, too intense. But that chapter is beginning to end. Carl Jung believed a psychological shift like this was inevitable, a transformation powerful enough to completely reverse the social dynamic people have accepted for decades. The feeler is preparing to overpower the narcissist. The deeply sensitive are about to outgrow and outmaneuver the selfish. And if you are an empath, your comeback is not just a possibility anymore. It is becoming unavoidable. Jung saw this long before most people could recognize it. He believed there would come a time when the people who feel everything most deeply would finally learn how to use that sensitivity as strength instead of weakness. Not by becoming cold-hearted, not by shutting themselves down emotionally, but by becoming strategically dangerous to anyone who ever tried to manipulate or exploit them. Here is what Jung understood that most people completely miss. What happens when the shock absorber finally becomes the engine? What happens when the person who quietly observed every lie, every manipulation, every hidden agenda suddenly decides to use everything they noticed? At that point, you are no longer dealing with a victim. That's a psychological genius who's been gathering data for years. And the world is about to find out what empaths are really capable of. We live in what psychologists call the age of narcissism, a time when selfishness is rewarded, where manipulation is called strategy, where emotional exploitation is just business as usual. Empaths have been surviving in this world like refugees in enemy territory, constantly drained, constantly overlooked, constantly told their sensitivity is a weakness. But here's what nobody saw coming. Empaths weren't just suffering through this age, they were studying it. Every time someone lied to them, they cataloged the pattern. Every time someone manipulated them, they memorized the technique. Every time someone used them, they learned exactly how predators think. While narcissists were celebrating their short-term wins, empaths were building a complete psychological database of human manipulation. They've spent years in the world's most brutal psychology program, and they're about to graduate with honors. Jung understood something crucial about human development. He called it the law of opposites. When anything reaches its extreme, it transforms into its opposite. Darkness into light, weakness into strength, silence into power. He saw this pattern throughout history in individuals and entire cultures. The narcissistic age has reached its peak. It's eating itself alive. Society is collapsing under the weight of its own selfishness. And the very qualities that narcissists exploited in empaths are about to become the most valuable skills in human society. Think about what an empath actually is. Someone who can read a room instantly. Who knows when someone is lying before they finish their sentence. Who can sense emotional shifts that others miss completely. Who understands human motivation at levels most people never reach. Who feels the unspoken tension that everyone else ignores. Who picks up on micro-expressions that reveal true intentions. This isn't weakness. This is advanced psychological intelligence. The only reason it looked like weakness was because empaths were using it defensively, trying to keep the peace, trying to help everyone, trying to absorb all the pain so others wouldn't have to feel it. They turned their superpower into a service industry. They became emotional janitors, cleaning up everyone else's psychological mess. They became human shields, protecting others from consequences. They became translators, explaining toxic people to hurt people, and hurt people to toxic people. And the whole time, they were undervaluing the rarest skill set in human psychology. But something is shifting right now in empaths all over the world. Carl Jung predicted this moment with unsettling accuracy. He spent years studying what happens when a human being is pushed beyond their emotional limit. Not the breaking point where a person collapses completely, but the breaking point where transformation begins. Jung had a concept for this kind of reversal. He believed that when enough pressure builds inside the psyche, the mind does not simply shatter, it reverses direction. It becomes the opposite of what it once was. The gentle become fierce. The endlessly giving become selective about who receives their energy. The emotionally open become protected by powerful boundaries.
The empath who spent years trying to be nice to everyone is about to become real. The person who carried everyone else's emotions in silence is about to build boundaries as strong as steel. The one who stayed quiet just to maintain peace is about to speak truths that destroy illusions around them. The people pleaser who bent themselves into impossible shapes just to earn approval is about to stand so firmly in their own truth that nobody can move them anymore. This is not a breakdown. This is psychological emergence, the birth of a more complete self. And this is where things become truly interesting. Because that shadow side empaths have spent their entire lives suppressing and hiding away is no longer willing to stay buried. The anger, the boundaries, the refusal to tolerate manipulation, the ability to cut people off without guilt, the capacity to say no without explanation, the willingness to prioritize themselves over others' comfort, the readiness to let people face consequences, the strength to watch someone struggle without rescuing them. That's not the enemy. That's the missing half of their power. Most empaths were taught to fear their shadow, told that anger makes them bad, that boundaries make them selfish, that protecting themselves makes them no better than narcissists, that prioritizing their needs is the same as narcissistic self-absorption. So they buried those qualities deep. They became half people, all light, no darkness, all giving, no taking, all sensitivity, no strength, all absorption, no reflection. But you can't have a coin with only one side. You can't have a battery with only a positive charge. And you can't have a complete human being with only the soft qualities. Jung spent his entire career trying to get people to understand this integration, wholeness, the union of opposites. He called it the most important work a human can do. The empath's comeback isn't about becoming a narcissist. It's about becoming complete, adding the missing half. The shadow isn't evil. It's protection. It's strength. It's the part of you that knows when to fight instead of flee, when to speak instead of silence, when to cut instead of heal, when to prioritize yourself instead of sacrificing for others. And here's what makes this absolutely devastating to narcissists and manipulators. An empath with integrated shadow is unstoppable. They have all the perceptive abilities they always have had. They still see through lies. They still read people instantly. They still understand emotional dynamics better than anyone. They still feel the energy in a room. They still pick up on what's not being said. But now they're not trying to fix it. They're not trying to help the narcissist heal. They're not sacrificing themselves to keep the peace. They're not taking responsibility for other people's emotions. They're using their abilities strategically to protect themselves, to build the life they actually want, to remove anyone who can't match their energy. If this resonates with you, take a moment to like this video and comment below with where you are in your own integration process. Your transformation matters. Think about what that means in practical terms. A narcissist walks into a room expecting to charm everyone. The empath sees through them in 30 seconds, recognizes the love bombing, notices the way they're sizing up the room for supply, watches them shift personalities based on who they're talking to. But instead of trying to warn people or fix the situation, they simply remove themselves. No drama, no explanation, just strategic distance. The manipulator tries their usual tactics: the guilt trips, the gaslighting, the the victim playing. The empath recognizes the pattern instantly and shuts it down with one sentence, or better yet, with silence and distance. The energy vampire tries to drain them with endless complaints and crises. The empath cuts contact without guilt or second guessing. The toxic family member tries the same old manipulation. The empath enforces boundaries that would have seemed impossible a year ago. The friend who only calls when they need something gets sent to voicemail permanently. The romantic partner who plays games gets replaced before they even realize they've been playing alone. This is the comeback. Not revenge, not becoming what hurt them, but becoming too psychologically advanced to be hurt by those tactics again. Narcissists and manipulators have been winning because empaths were playing by rules that guaranteed they'd lose. Be nice. Give second chances. See the good in everyone. Sacrifice yourself for others. Turn the other cheek. Go the extra mile. Be the bigger person. Those aren't universal truths. Those are control mechanisms. And empaths are waking up to that reality. They're realizing that being nice to people who don't deserve it isn't kindness, it's self-betrayal. That giving second chances to people who haven't earned them isn't mercy, it's enabling. That seeing the good in everyone while they're actively hurting you isn't wisdom, it's delusion. That sacrificing yourself for others who wouldn't do the same isn't noble, it's a pattern that needs to break. But the comeback isn't just personal, it's structural. Society itself is shifting in a way that favors exactly what empaths offer. For decades, we rewarded dominance, aggression, the loudest voice in the room, the person willing to step on others, the one who showed no emotion, the individual who treated people like resources. That worked in a simple world, in manufacturing economies, in hierarchical structures, in systems built on compliance and control. But we don't live in a simple world anymore. We live in a connected, complex, emotionally intelligent world. The economy runs on relationships, on trust, on collaboration, on innovation that requires psychological safety, on customer experience that depends on genuine connection. And the skills that matter now are exactly the skills empaths have been developing their entire lives. Emotional intelligence and the ability to read people. Understanding group dynamics, sensing what's not being said. Building genuine connections, creating environments where people feel safe. Knowing what someone needs before they ask. Reading the subtext in every interaction. Understanding motivation at deep levels. These aren't soft skills anymore. They're the most valuable skills in business, leadership, relationships, and society. The world is finally catching up to what empaths have always known. Emotions aren't distractions from logic. They're data, they're information. They're intelligence that most people can't access. Companies are starting to realize that the aggressive leader who gets short-term results burns out teams and destroys culture. That the narcissistic CEO who looks good on paper creates toxic environments that kill innovation. That the manager who rules by fear loses their best people. They want leaders who can read the room, who understand what people need, who build loyalty instead of fear, who create cultures where people actually want to contribute. That's an empath with integrated shadow. Not weak, not a pushover, but emotionally intelligent and strategically powerful. Relationships are shifting too. People are tired of surface-level connections, tired of game playing, tired of emotional manipulation, tired of partners who can't communicate, tired of friends who only show up when it's convenient.
Tired of family dynamics built on guilt and obligation. They want real. They want depth. They want someone who actually sees them, who understands them without lengthy explanations, who can hold space for complexity, who doesn't run from difficult emotions. That's what empaths do naturally. But now they're doing it with boundaries, with standards, with the willingness to walk away from anything less than genuine. Even culture's changing. We're questioning the systems that rewarded narcissism, calling out manipulation, valuing authenticity, creating spaces for emotional honesty, rejecting the fake positivity and toxic productivity. The pendulum swung so far towards selfishness that it's snapping back hard. And when it settles, empaths are going to be standing exactly where the world needs them. Jung saw this coming. He understood that history moves in cycles, that what's suppressed eventually rises, that what's undervalued eventually becomes precious. Carl Jung believed that consciousness evolves through individuals before it ever transforms the collective. And empaths have stayed hidden for so long that most people forgot they were even there. Forgot what they are truly capable of. Forgot that sensitivity, combined with strength, creates one of the most powerful combinations in human psychology. The fully realized empath is something the modern world has rarely witnessed, at least not on a large scale. Imagine someone with the ability to read people almost completely, someone who instantly senses when you are lying, someone who can feel your intentions before you even act on them, someone who understands your emotional patterns more clearly than you understand them yourself. Someone who can predict your next move simply by recognizing behaviors you do not even realize you keep repeating. But here's the shift that changes everything. Instead of using that awareness to rescue you, fix you, or absorb your emotional pain, they begin using it to decide whether you are even worthy of their energy in the first place. And if the answer is no, they remove themselves completely. No second chances. No endless explanations. No exhausting 3-hour conversations trying to make you finally understand. Just quiet, strategic removal from their life. They don't announce their power. They don't need to prove anything. They don't post about their boundaries on social media. They don't make grand statements about cutting people off. Their presence is different now, grounded, unshakable. There's a quiet intensity that makes people nervous if they have something to hide, and comfortable if they're genuine. They ask direct questions. They don't dance around uncomfortable truths. They don't laugh at jokes that aren't funny to keep the mood light. They don't perform emotion they don't feel. They don't pretend to be interested in conversations that bore them. This makes narcissists and manipulators deeply uncomfortable. Their tactics don't work anymore. The empath doesn't take the bait, doesn't get defensive when accused, doesn't try to prove themselves when questioned, doesn't need validation when criticized, doesn't chase when given the silent treatment. The manipulator's greatest weapons are useless against someone who's psychologically complete. You can't guilt someone who's integrated their shadow. You can't manipulate someone who sees your patterns clearly. You can't drain someone who's learned to protect their energy. You can't control someone who's willing to walk away. The comeback empath commands respect without demanding it. They don't need to fight for their worth because they know it. They don't need to convince anyone because they're not selling anything. They're not trying to be liked by everyone because they understand that being genuine means some people won't like you, and they're completely fine with that. Better than fine. They prefer it. They'd rather be disliked for who they are than loved for who they're pretending to be. This is what Jung meant by individuation. Becoming so full of yourself that other people's opinions become background noise. Here's what this looks like in real life. Toxic family members who used to drain them for hours get one-sentence boundaries. No more 3-hour phone calls processing someone else's drama. No more hosting holidays for people who don't respect them. No more explaining their choices to people who won't understand anyway. Friends who only called when they needed something get distance without drama. No confrontation, no explanation. Just a quiet fade that protects the empath's peace. Romantic partners who played games get replaced by people who match their emotional maturity. No more dating potential. No more fixing broken people. No more staying because of history. No more giving chance after chance to people who show you exactly who they are. Workplaces that exploited their empathy get left for environments that value their skills. No more working twice as hard just to receive half the recognition. No more becoming the emotional support system for everyone in the office while nobody supports them in return. No more sacrificing personal boundaries in order to fit into toxic corporate culture. And through all of this transformation, there is no guilt attached to their decisions anymore. No second-guessing themselves. No wondering whether they are being too harsh. No internal debate about giving one more chance to people who already proved who they are. Just clear decisions built on clear values. That is the real power of integration. When a person becomes psychologically whole, they stop depending on external validation to justify their choices. The empath's comeback is not loud or dramatic. It is not about proving something to the people who once hurt them. It is not revenge. It is not vindication. It becomes something far more powerful than that. Indifference. The narcissist who once occupied all of their thoughts slowly becomes forgotten. The manipulator who used to trigger emotional reactions becomes irrelevant. The systems and people who once exploited them lose their influence completely because the empath has already moved on to an entirely different level of psychological development. They are no longer playing the same game anymore. One the narcissist doesn't even know exists. This is your psychological destiny if you choose to accept it. Not a fairy tale, not wishful thinking, but the natural result of integrating everything you've experienced. Every time you were used, you learned how users operate. Every time you were lied to, you developed lie detection abilities that would impress a professional interrogator. Every time you absorbed someone's pain, you build psychological strength that most people will never develop. Every time you stayed silent, you gathered data that's now a complete reference library of human manipulation. You didn't waste those years. You were in training, and the training is almost complete. Jung believed that every psychological pattern has a purpose. That suffering builds capacity. That sensitivity is intelligence. That the qualities you thought were weaknesses were actually advanced features you hadn't learned to use correctly. Your empathy isn't a flaw in your design. It's an upgrade that most people don't have. The ability to feel what others feel, to read what others miss, to understand what others ignore. That's not a bug, that's a feature. You've been running advanced software on outdated programming, trying to be nice in a world that rewards real. Trying to help everyone in a system designed for self-protection.
trying to absorb pain in an age that creates it constantly. But you're updating the programming now, adding the missing code, integrating the shadow, building boundaries, learning to use your abilities strategically instead of defensively. And when that process completes, you become something the world desperately needs. Someone who can see clearly and act powerfully, who can read people accurately and choose wisely, who can feel deeply and protect fiercely, who can love genuinely and walk away cleanly. The age that tried to break you actually built you. The narcissists who used you actually trained you. The pain you absorbed actually strengthened you. The silence you kept actually taught you. You've been gathering intelligence in enemy territory for years, learning their tactics, understanding their weaknesses, seeing through their masks, memorizing their patterns. And now you're ready to use everything you learned, not to destroy them, but to build a life they can't touch. A psychological fortress they can't penetrate, a level of wholeness they can't comprehend. This is the empath's comeback. Not becoming what hurt you, but becoming too complete to be hurt by it again. Not seeking revenge on narcissists, but becoming irrelevant to their games. Not trying to change the system, but operating at a level where the system can't reach you. You're not entering their world anymore. You're building your own with your standards, your boundaries, your values, your energy. And only people who match that frequency get access. The world is watching, even if it doesn't realize it yet. Empaths everywhere are having the same awakening. Integrating their shadows, setting boundaries, using their abilities strategically, removing toxic people without guilt, building lives based on authenticity instead of people-pleasing. And as more empaths complete this transformation, the entire social structure shifts. The tactics that worked for narcissists stop working. The systems that once exploited empathy are beginning to fail. The culture that rewarded manipulation and emotional exploitation is slowly starting to collapse. Carl Jung predicted this shift because he understood a deep psychological law. Whatever is suppressed eventually rises to the surface. Whatever is undervalued eventually gains power. And whatever is exploited for too long eventually revolts. Not through violence, not through chaos, but through transformation. Empaths are not returning for revenge. They are stepping into their power. And that is far more dangerous to systems built on exploitation than anger ever could be. Your comeback is not something you have to force into existence. It is already happening. Every boundary you set, every toxic person you remove from your life, every time you choose yourself instead of sacrificing your peace for someone else's comfort, every moment you speak the truth instead of staying silent, every time you trust your own perception instead of doubting yourself, every decision to walk away instead of trying to fix people who refuse to change, all of it is part of your transformation already taking place. The only real question now is whether you will go through this transformation consciously or unconsciously. Whether you will accept the process or continue resisting it. Whether you will integrate your shadow or keep suppressing it. And if you are truly ready for your comeback, you already feel it. You can feel it in your body. The exhaustion with being nice to people who don't deserve it. The anger at years of being undervalued. The clarity about who needs to go. The certainty about what you will and won't accept anymore. The readiness to prioritize yourself. The willingness to be misunderstood. That's not bitterness. That's not you becoming cold. That's integration. That's wholeness. That's the missing half of your power finally emerging. The empath's biggest comeback isn't beating the narcissists at their own game. It's leaving the game entirely, building something better, creating spaces where manipulation doesn't work, developing relationships based on genuine connection. Constructing a life where your sensitivity is strength and your boundaries are unbreakable. Where you use your gifts consciously and protect your energy fiercely. Where you're complete. Every empath who completes this journey makes it easier for the next one. Every person who integrates their shadow shifts the collective consciousness. Every individual who becomes psychologically whole contributes to humanity's evolution. The transformation is quiet. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't seek recognition. It simply is. And in that being, it changes everything. You know that specific moment when you're sitting at your desk, staring at the same screen you've looked at 1,000 times before, and suddenly you feel nothing. Not exhausted, not overwhelmed, not even truly sad, just absent. As if the version of you that once cared, the part that reacted to the emails, the deadlines, the endless office politics, quietly stood up and walked away without saying a word. And there you are, still sitting in the chair, holding the empty shell of a routine that no longer feels inhabited. What if that frightening inability to care is not a failure of discipline, but a signal from something deeper? What if your mind and body are no longer willing to participate in a life that has felt false for far too long? We've been taught to believe that motivation is the proof of a healthy mind, that if you can no longer force yourself forward, something inside you must be broken. But what if the opposite is true? What if the reason you cannot keep doing it anymore is not because you are collapsing, but because you are finally waking up? Carl Jung was not simply a psychiatrist. He was the chosen successor of Sigmund Freud, president of the International Psychoanalytic Association, and a man with a respected practice in Zurich. By every external standard of success, Jung had already won the game. He had reached the summit. And then the inner clockwork simply fell silent. It didn't happen because of a scandal or a physical illness. It was a total internal collapse of meaning. The theories that had defined his life suddenly felt like dry dust. The prestigious lectures felt like theater. Jung found himself in a state of disorientation so profound that he could no longer function in the professional world he helped build. He retreated to his home on the shores of Lake Zurich. And there, the most brilliant mind in Europe began doing something baffling. He walked down to the water's edge every single day and played. He gathered stones. He dug in the mud. He built small towers, tiny cottages, and an entire miniature village. To his colleagues and peers, this was the tragic end of a legend. They wrote letters of concern, whispering about a nervous breakdown. After all, what else do you call a grown man, a man of science, spending his afternoons building sandcastles while his career turns to ash? But Jung wasn't losing his mind. He was having what he later called his confrontation with the unconscious. He realized that for decades he had been living a rational life, a life of roles, titles, and intellectual structures. But that rational life had become a prison that excluded his soul. By building those stone towers, he was bypassing his ego and speaking directly to a deeper part of himself that the modern world had forced him to silence. This is the lesson the 9 to 5 world is terrified for you to learn. Sometimes the rational life, the one with the steady paycheck, the clear title, and the socially accepted routine, is the actual madness. And the breakdown, the inability to keep performing, is actually the first moment of sanity you've had in years. Jung stayed in this unproductive, inexplicable space for a long time. He didn't rush back to fix himself. He understood that you cannot build a new life while you are still desperately clinging to the blueprints of the old one. To understand why the 9 to 5 feels like a cage, you first have to understand how you were taught to navigate the world. From the moment we are born, we are handed a compass. It isn't a physical object, but a psychological architecture. A map of what a good life is supposed to look like. This compass was calibrated by your family's expectations, by your culture's definition of success, and by the unspoken social agreement that security is worth whatever part of yourself you have to trade for it. For years, this compass worked. It pointed toward the promotion, the mortgage, the ticked box, and the steady climb. And because everyone around you, your boss, your friends, your parents, was using the same compass pointing in the same direction, it didn't just feel like a choice. It felt like reality itself. It felt like true north. But then, something shifted. There was no announcement, no sudden lightning bolt. It was more like a slow internal pressure that crossed a threshold one day and never went back. Somewhere deep in your unconscious, the needle moved. Suddenly, the true north you've been following for a decade is no longer north. It's not that you've lost direction. It's that the direction you've been following no longer belongs to you. And once you cross that internal threshold, something strange begins to happen. The world starts sounding different. You sit in meetings, listening to the endless language of productivity synergy, deliverables, quarterly goals, and suddenly it all feels like static noise. As if everyone around you is speaking a dialect you once understood but can no longer translate. You watch your coworkers nod seriously over spreadsheets and deadlines, fully invested in conversations that now feel strangely unreal. And what rises inside you is not arrogance or cynicism. It's alienation, a deep and unsettling realization that your mind can no longer resonate with something fundamentally disconnected from your nature. This is where the real suffering begins, but not in the way most people imagine. We tend to believe the pain comes from the job itself, the exhausting schedule, the difficult manager, the repetitive tasks. But there are people doing work far harder than yours who still feel alive inside it. The suffering is not caused by the workload. The suffering is caused by the distance. Imagine standing on a road while holding a compass that keeps pulling your heart somewhere else, toward a mountain range far to the west, toward meaning, toward depth, toward a life that feels genuinely yours. And yet every day you continue walking in the opposite direction. But your feet are still standing on the old path, walking east, because that's where the office is. The exhaustion you feel every morning isn't physical. It is the sheer psychic strain of trying to walk east, while your soul is pulling west. It is the tension of the stretch. The further you travel down the wrong path, the more you succeed in the provisional life, while your compass points elsewhere, the tighter that internal string pulls. Eventually, the tension becomes so great that you simply stop. You freeze. You can no longer move forward because to take one more step in the old direction feels like it will snap you in half. Most people look at this frozen state and see a malfunction. They see a car that won't start. But your soul sees a safety mechanism. Your compass is working with genuine accuracy for the first time in your life. It is stubbornly, persistently refusing to let you go any further in a direction your life was never designed to accommodate. Hasn't broken. It has finally found the truth. And the truth is, you can no longer survive in a blueprint drawn by someone who never met the real you. We live in a culture that worships the mind and ignores the machine. We've been conditioned to believe that our bodies are just biological vehicles, slaves to our willpower. We think that if we're tired, we can simply add more caffeine. If we are unmotivated, we can just watch a 3-minute hustle video and force our way through the afternoon. We treat pushing through as a virtue. But Jung understood something that modern productivity culture has spent a century trying to bury. The body is not a system running parallel to the psyche. It is the psyche's most honest spokesperson. When your conscious mind, the part of you that worries about bills, titles, and professionalism, refuses to listen to your soul, your body takes over the conversation. It begins to speak a language that gets harder to ignore the longer you refuse to hear it. Have you felt it? It's that specific, heavy, physical weight that settles in your chest on Sunday evening. It isn't because your job is hard or because you have too many emails. It's because your body knows that Monday morning requires you to perform a version of yourself that has been vacating the premises for months. It is the physical sensation of a mask being forced back onto a face that has outgrown it. Then there is the exhaustion. Not the I stayed up too late kind of tired, but a cellular fatigue that 12 hours of sleep cannot touch. You wake up feeling like you've been running a marathon in your dreams. This is because, in a very real sense, you have. Carl Jung spoke about this through a concept he called psychic energy. He wasn't referring to energy in a vague or mystical sense. He meant it as something very real, a limited internal resource. Every person wakes up each day with only a certain amount of psychological currency to spend. And when your work aligns with your deeper nature, that energy tends to regenerate. You give something, and in return, something inside you comes alive. But when you are constantly performing, when you spend 8 hours a day pretending to care about things that feel empty to you, speaking in a professional voice that doesn't sound like your own, suppressing your instincts just to remain acceptable, you are spending energy without replenishment. Little by little, you begin paying what could only be described as a self-betrayal tax. And that tax compounds over time. The performance itself becomes exhausting, not because the tasks are impossible, but because maintaining a version of yourself that isn't real consumes enormous psychological energy. The cost is not only your time, it is your vitality. The exhaustion you feel is often the moment your inner system realizes something unsustainable is happening. So it begins shutting power down in the areas it considers non-essential, just to keep the functional self alive. Creativity fades, joy becomes distant, desire weakens. The deeper parts of you go quiet, simply so the performance can continue a little longer. Eventually, the body stops negotiating. It starts producing a dull, instinctive closing down. You see an email notification from your boss, and before your brain has even finished reading the subject line, your stomach knots. Your shoulders rise. Your breath becomes shallow. These are not symptoms of a disorder. This is the body's compensatory function, doing exactly what Jung described. It is making the cost of self-betrayal so high, so physically painful, that you eventually cannot keep affording it. The voice in your head might call you lazy. It might point to others who manage just fine.
But remember, those people are navigating with their original compasses. They aren't betraying themselves because they haven't woken up yet. But you've seen behind the curtain, and your body knows that you can no longer survive on the crumbs of a provisional life. The exhaustion isn't the problem. The performance was the problem. The exhaustion is just the moment the mask finally cracked under the weight of the truth. There is a quiet, devastating condition that plagues the modern world, one that doesn't show up on a blood test, but can drain a human being of their entire existence. Carl Jung called it the provisional life. The provisional life is the psychological state of living in permanent preparation for a reality that never actually begins. It is the life of not yet. You know the internal monologue. I'll start my real work after this promotion. I'll focus on my passion after the kids are out of school. I'll speak my truth once I have a bit more in savings. It is a life lived in a perpetual waiting room. You're standing by the door, ticket in hand, watching the clock, telling yourself that this current version of you, the one answering emails and attending the 9 to 5, is just a temporary stand-in, a placeholder. Jung saw this as one of the most tragic patterns in human psychology. People don't just spend months in the provisional life, they spend decades. They live almost tolerating instead of inhabiting. They treat their current days as a rehearsal for a performance that is always scheduled for next year. For a long time, the waiting room is comfortable. It's warm. It's safe. It offers the comforting illusion of progress without requiring the risk of truly beginning. But then something shifts. The awakening arrives. And when your internal compass recalibrates, the provisional life, the life built on delay, compromise, and performance, changes completely. The distance between who you truly are and who you have been pretending to be suddenly disappears. And that is why it starts to feel unbearable. Because awakening destroys your ability to rationalize. Before, you could still tell yourself the familiar lie. Just one more year, just a little longer, and part of you believed it. There was enough separation between you and your own truth to keep the performance alive. But after the awakening, that separation collapses. Meaning, which once felt optional, a luxury even, suddenly becomes the only thing your system is willing to accept in exchange for your energy. And something deeper inside you stops negotiating. The waiting room you once tolerated no longer feels safe. It feels suffocating. The fluorescent lights in the office, the ones you barely noticed before, now feel like they are draining the color out of your inner life. The empty conversations near the coffee machine no longer feel harmless. They begin to feel like an assault on your sense of authenticity. The salary and the status, the very things that used to make the waiting room bearable, stop functioning as valid responses to the questions your conscience is now asking. Jung observed that when a person reaches this threshold, their willingness to have nothing, rather than keep performing something false, reads to the outside world as recklessness. And your friends might think you're having a midlife crisis. Your family might call you irresponsible. They see someone walking out of a perfectly good building into a storm. But from the inside, it is the most sophisticated act of self-preservation you have ever performed.
You aren't being irresponsible. You are refusing to live in rehearsal for a life that was always supposed to have already started. You are realizing that the real life you are waiting for isn't the destination you arrive at after your 9-to-5 career. It is the very ground you are standing on. The provisional life is a slow death by 1,000 laters. Awakening is the moment you realize that the door to the waiting room was never locked. You were just waiting for a permission slip that was never going to come. And once you see that door is open, you can never quite get comfortable in the chair again. As you stand in the wreckage of your old life, a voice is going to arrive. It will sound like common sense. It will sound like your concerned mother, your successful college friend, or the logical part of your own brain. It will whisper, "Look at everyone else. They have mortgages and titles and security. They're managing just fine. They're exhausted, sure, but they're showing up. Why can't you just get it together? Why do you have to be so difficult?" This is the final trap. It is the fear of being left behind. It's the terrifying feeling that while you are off finding yourself, the rest of the world is moving forward, building wealth, and securing their place in the sun. It makes you feel like a child who has wandered off the path, while the adults continue the march toward the destination. But here is the direct answer to that voice. They are navigating with the original compass. Their needle is still pointing toward the true north that society calibrated for them. That is not their failure, and it is not your instruction manual. Your compass has moved. Through a process of awakening you didn't ask for, your internal needle has recalibrated. It is pointing toward a continent that doesn't exist on their maps. You cannot use an old map to navigate a new territory. To try and get it together and follow them would be like trying to sail a ship across a mountain range just because everyone else is walking. You are in a different geography now. This leads you to a sacred choice. It is the most difficult decision a human being can make. It is the choice between nothingness and falseness. Most people choose falseness. They choose to keep the job they hate, the marriage that is dead, and the persona that is a lie, because the nothingness of the unknown is too terrifying to face. But for the awakened soul, falseness is a slow-motion suicide. To choose falseness is to agree to stay in the waiting room of your own life until you die. Choosing nothingness, choosing the void, the gap, the period of being unsuccessful by the world's standards, is a sacred act. It is an act of faith in the psyche. It is saying, "I would rather have nothing than be a lie." We have to perform a psychological inversion. The world tells you the 9-to-5 is safety. They say the steady paycheck and the corporate structure are the walls that protect you from the chaos of the world. But for an awakened soul, that office is the most dangerous place on earth. Why? Because it is a place where authenticity is slowly exchanged for comfort. A place where instinct is buried beneath procedure. A place that rewards you for ignoring the very signals your inner life keeps sending in order to protect you. The 9-to-5 is often presented as security, but for many people, it becomes something quieter and far more dangerous. A gradual erosion of the self. And being left behind by that system may not be the tragedy you think it is. Sometimes it is the beginning of escape. You are not losing your place in the world. You are beginning to reclaim your place within your own life. And the people you fear leaving behind are often people who've not yet realized how disconnected they feel themselves. So don't keep looking backward. there is another landscape waiting ahead of you. But where does that leave you now? If you can no longer return to the old life, yet the new one has not fully appeared, then you have entered what Carl Jung described as a liminal space, a threshold. The strange and uncomfortable in-between, where the version of yourself that no longer fits has already begun to disappear, while the person you are becoming has not fully arrived. Spiritual awakening deposits you here without asking, and it is a lonely place. The exhaustion, the refusal to perform, the search for meaning that has stopped being optional. None of this is the chaos of things falling apart. It is the specific, necessary pressure of something being built in the only conditions under which it can be built. You are not behind, you are not lazy, and you are certainly not a malfunction. You are simply an architect standing in an empty field. You cannot build what your heart is pointing toward while you are still standing inside someone else's blueprint. The reason you feel so lost is that you are creating a life for which there is no map. And that is the most courageous work a human being can do. The people who come out the other side of this are those who finally took their internal compass seriously, even when the rest of the world called it a breakdown. You are exactly where you need to be before the most important chapter of your life begins. It is deeply inconvenient, and it is also completely true. Before you go, I want to ask you something. If you loved yourself the way you've always wished your career would love you, what would you stop doing today? Would you stop taking that 8 a.m. call that makes your stomach turn? Would you stop saying yes to projects that have no soul? Would you stop pretending that the title on your LinkedIn profile is the sum total of who you are? The world tells you that to change your life, you need a massive plan. You are told that before you can leave the old life behind, you need a bridge, a budget, a backup plan, a perfect safety net. But the life of Carl Jung suggests something far more unsettling. Sometimes, the first thing you truly need is not a plan. It is a refusal. The courage to say no to the false version of yourself, even before you fully know who the real one is becoming. Because refusal is often the first act of creation. The moment you stop cooperating with what is empty, something deeper finally has room to emerge. And if these words reach the part of you that has been silent for too long, stay with the journey. There is still more to uncover about awakening, identity, and what it means to build a life from the inside out. There is a